Hey sleepyheads, hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. This happened 2 weeks ago, and I've gone back and forth about whether to even post it. Part of me feels stupid, like it's not that big of a deal, or like I'm overreacting. But I keep thinking about it at night, about what almost happened. So yeah, I'm posting this because I can't stop replaying it, and maybe writing it out will help. I live in the south side of Glasgow, one of those rows of attached houses with the identical red brick fronts and tiny front gardens full of broken solar lights and overgrown grass. Nothing fancy. The kind of street where you mostly know your neighbors, or at least what cars they drive. Anyway, it was a Tuesday night, well, technically Wednesday morning, and I'd just gone to bed around 1:30. Nothing unusual about the day. I worked late, had some leftover pasta, watched an episode of something I don't even remember. Normal stuff. At 1:42 a.m., my phone buzzed. Just one notification. Motion detected at front door. I've got one of those Ring doorbells, not for any specific reason. Just got it on sale last year and figured it couldn't hurt. Mostly it picks up delivery drivers, drunk students walking past, or the occasional fox that likes to sniff my recycling bin. I was half asleep, but I tapped the notification anyway, just out of habit. The clip was only 30 seconds long. A man in a dark hoodie walks up my front path, doesn't knock, doesn't look around, just grabs the handle and tries to open the door, calm, like he does it every day. He stands there for a few seconds, steps back, looks at the door again, doesn't say anything, then just turns around and walks off. No rush, no panic, just leaves, like he's disappointed he couldn't get in. I sat up in bed, wide awake now, heart going a bit too fast. I watched the clip again, and again. I zoomed in, even though the footage was grainy and the porch light was off. He's tall, maybe late 20s, hard to say. He's not masked or anything, just has the hood up. Doesn't seem drunk. Doesn't seem high, just deliberate. I checked the live feed. Nothing there now. I thought about calling the police, but what would I say? A guy tried my doorknob and walked away. It didn't even seem like a crime, just unsettling. I made sure the door was locked. It was then went back to bed, still holding my phone. Tried to sleep. Didn't. In the morning, I posted the clip to our neighborhood Facebook group. Just a short message. Anyone else get this guy on their cam last night? Tried my door around 1:40. Didn't knock, just walked off. It blew up. Within 10 minutes, I had 3 replies, then 5, then more. Same guy, same hoodie, same time. People started posting their own Ring footage. Every video was almost identical. He walks up, tries the handle, doesn't say anything, and leaves. In one clip, he even waves at the camera before walking away. No one recognized him. No one knew where he came from. But what got me, what actually made my stomach drop, was this one comment from a woman who lives about 5 houses down. She wrote, "I think he came into my house." At first I thought she was joking. Some kind of sarcastic post like, Ha ha, must have stopped for tea. But then she added more. I forgot to lock the front door. Didn't notice anything weird until I saw my ring cam this morning. He walks in at 1:44, doesn't leave until almost 3. Almost an hour and a half. Everyone started commenting at once, asking if she was okay, if she called the police, what he did, why she didn't hear him. She said she'd slept through it. She lives alone. No dog, no partner, nothing. She said the only reason she knew for sure that he'd stayed was because her hallway camera picked up the timestamp. He walked into her living room, sat on the sofa for a bit, then wandered into the kitchen. He took a yogurt from her fridge. A yogurt. Ate it, put the spoon in the sink, didn't touch anything else. Just sat there, eating, like it was his place. Then he left. She didn't wake up until morning. She only figured it out because her slippers had been moved and the fridge light was on. Police came that afternoon, took statements, collected the footage. We never heard anything else. No arrests, no follow-up, nothing on the news. We don't know who he was or where he went. The weird part? It's like he disappeared. The Facebook group went nuts for a while. People started checking their doors 5 times a night, buying extra locks, keeping porch lights on all night. But after about a week, it died down, new posts stopped, everyone moved on. Except me. I still check the ring footage every morning. Still scroll back to 1:42 a.m. just in case. Nothing so far. But I keep thinking about that clip, the way he stood at my door, the way he tried the handle like it was no big deal, like he wasn't checking if it was locked, just seeing if this one would open. Like it was a routine. And maybe it was. Maybe he tries a street every month. Maybe that night, I was just lucky enough to have turned the key. After the Facebook group blew up that morning, I started noticing the change in the street. People were acting different. Curtains were drawn tighter, even during the day. Porch lights that used to be on timers now stayed lit through the night. A few neighbors I barely knew stopped me on the walk to my car, not to chat, but to say things like, "You got locks on your back gate," or, "I've been thinking about getting one of those wheel arms." There was a weird sort of bonding in it. Not friendly exactly, just a quiet understanding that something had stepped out of place, like the routine had been disrupted, and now we were all trying to patch it up. I kept going back to the footage, not just mine, everyone's. I watched each clip like it was a puzzle I hadn't solved yet. Same walk, same angle of approach, always the handle, always casual. But there was one video that stuck with me, and not for any dramatic reason. It was just weird. Someone had a second camera facing the street, not the door, the actual road. And when they posted their clip, it showed something none of the others had. He didn't arrive in a car, didn't bike in, didn't jog or wander up from the corner. He just appeared in frame, from the left, no context. Walking with purpose, like he already knew where he was going. That's the part that bugged me the most. Not that he was checking doors, as messed up as that was, but that he was doing it so calmly, like it wasn't about breaking in, like he wasn't desperate or angry or even really trying to hide. It was something else. I talked to the woman whose house he entered. Her name's Marie. She lives down the street, in one of those slightly older terraces with the narrow hallways and long front rooms. I didn't know her before all this. We'd nodded a few times while taking out the bins, but that's about it. She reached out to me privately, sent a message after I commented on her post, said she'd talk if I wanted. So I walked over the next evening just after 6. She made tea, poured mine with milk even though I usually drink it plain, but I didn't correct her. We sat in her kitchen, both of us a bit awkward, like we weren't sure how seriously to take any of it. She told me the police had come by twice. They watched the footage, took her statement, said it was unusual behavior, but not technically breaking and entering, since the door wasn't locked. No damage, no theft, no threats. She said that word like she was quoting someone, not technically. I asked if she'd heard anything that night, any creaks or sounds that didn't fit. She shook her head. I sleep like a brick, she said. Didn't even know the fridge was open till I saw the light. Yogurt tub was in the bin, like he'd cleaned up after himself. She gave this strange little laugh when she said it, the kind people do when something's funny and not funny at the same time. Then she looked at me, more serious. He picked a spoon. What? A spoon, she said again. Not just grabbed one. He opened the drawer, looked, picked one, put the drawer back quiet. How do you know? She took a sip of tea. Because I watched the video over and over. You can see it. You can hear it too, if you turn the volume up. He was careful. That stuck with me. Not just that he came in. Not just that he sat there. But that he made choices, tiny, deliberate ones. The kind of choices people make when they're not in a rush, when they feel safe. I asked if she was scared. She said, not that night, not even the next day. Then added, it's worse now. Why? She hesitated. Because now I know what he looks like, and I've started thinking I've seen him since. That made my skin crawl. I asked where. She just shook her head. Not sure. Could be nothing. Could just be, I'm jumpy now. We sat in silence for a bit after that. Her clock ticked loud in the quiet. Before I left, she walked me to the door. Said, I think he was looking for something. I asked what. She just said, not sure he found it. The walk home was short but unsettling. My own front door felt different now, not just something to lock, but something that had been tested, like it had passed once, but might not again. That night, I added a second deadbolt. It wasn't fancy, just something I picked up from the DIY shop at the end of the block, installed it myself, watched a YouTube video with shaky audio to figure it out. Afterward, I stood outside and tried the handle. Twice. Just to hear the click, to make sure it held. And then, because I'm apparently a bit mad now, I opened the Ring app and watched my own door from my phone. Just sat there in my front room, watching a live feed of my own house, like it might try to lie to me. It didn't. Nothing happened. Just the wind. Just the quiet. Still, I barely slept. Every time the boiler kicked in, or the fridge groaned, or a car rolled past outside, I sat up and held my breath. waiting, not because I expected him to come back, but because I didn't understand why he left. The thing no one tells you is that the fear doesn't show up all at once. It sort of creeps into the corners first, changes how you move, how you talk to people. You tell yourself you're fine, but suddenly you're double-checking every lock in the house like it's a ritual. You pause a second longer before getting out of the shower. You turn off the TV just to make sure that last sound wasn't from outside. That's where I was. And I hadn't even been the one he got in on. I'd been lucky, that was all. I hadn't done anything smart or special. I'd just locked my door the way I always do, and somehow that was enough. That's what really stuck with me, the idea that nothing about me scared him off. He didn't see me through the window and decide against it. He didn't hear a dog bark or see a light flick on. He just tried the door, and it didn't open. So he moved on, like it was a vending machine that ate his coin. That was the part that started digging in, the longer I sat with it. He didn't hesitate. He didn't seem surprised it was locked, like most of them weren't, like he was used to it. I didn't post much after the second day. The Facebook group was still buzzing, still full of people sharing clips and screenshots and theories, but I stopped commenting. The noise was making it worse. There were too many people trying to explain it away, saying things like, oh, maybe he was just drunk, or probably mental health related, or the worst one, well, if nothing was taken, is it really a crime? That one got under my skin. I wasn't thinking about crimes. I was thinking about presence, about someone being inside when they weren't supposed to be. Someone in your living room. Someone who knows how your door handle feels. Someone who touched your light switch in your fridge and maybe looked at the photos on your shelf while you were asleep in the next room. That's the part they didn't get. It wasn't about damage. It was about being watched. And whoever he was, he knew how to do that without making a sound. Anyway, a few days later, I ran into Marie again. I was coming back from the corner shop, late evening, bags in hand, and she was out front of her place, sweeping leaves off the path. She looked tired, not messy, just worn out around the eyes. We said hi, and I almost kept walking, but then she asked, "Have you had anything else happen?" I stopped. "No," I said. "You?" She looked at me for a second, not answering right away, just watching my face like she was deciding how honest to be. Then she said, "Maybe." She stepped closer, lowering her voice. 3 nights ago, around 1:30, maybe a bit later, I was up reading, couldn't sleep, and I heard the door handle rattle again. That sentence made my mouth go dry. I asked if she looked through the peephole. She nodded. "No one there." "But you heard it." "Clear as anything, not loud, just that quiet little click you know too well." I didn't ask why she didn't open the door. We both knew why. She said she sat on the stairs after that, just listened, didn't move for nearly half an hour. No other sounds, no knocks, nothing. I told her I hadn't heard anything since, no motion alerts, no footsteps. She just nodded again and said, "Yeah, but he wasn't just looking for unlocked doors." I didn't say anything to that. I went home and checked the footage again that night, like I always do now. Nothing, Just whined. Leaves. One of the neighbor's cats knocking over the bins again. But I couldn't sleep after. That sentence stuck with me. He wasn't just looking for unlocked doors. I tried to shake it, but I couldn't stop imagining him picking which ones to try. Not random, not a lineup. Maybe he watched. Maybe he scoped us out earlier. Maybe the unlocked ones were just the ones he'd already decided were worth entering. The next afternoon, I got a message. Not on Facebook, this was a text. Number I didn't recognize. Area code from somewhere in Ayrshire. It just said, "Check your recycling." No name, no context. My stomach dropped. I went out to the front bin and opened the lid. Just cans and wrappers. Nothing weird. But then I noticed something wedged between the bag and the side of the bin. A plastic spoon. White, clean, tucked in like someone had slid it in deliberately so it wouldn't fall out. I just stared at it. I didn't take it out. Didn't call the police. Didn't even tell Meg or Marie or anyone else. I shut the bin and went back inside and locked the door. That was 2 days ago. Since then, I haven't gotten any more texts. No calls, no knocks, no doorbell pings. Just that spoon. But it changed something in me. Because it meant he remembered. It meant he knew who I was, or at least where I was. And that meant the first time he tried my door wasn't the only time. I didn't sleep the night after the spoon. I didn't even try. I stayed up in the living room with the lights on and my phone open to the Ring app, flicking between the live feed and the footage log like something might change while I was watching. Nothing did. It was quiet. But that didn't help. Because now I wasn't just scared of someone coming back. Now I knew he'd already been back. And this time, I hadn't seen him. I didn't tell anyone at first. Not Meg, not Marie, not even Jamie when he popped round the next day to drop off some drill bits I'd asked for weeks ago. I almost said it, almost brought it up like, "You ever find something that shouldn't be in your bin?" But I couldn't make the words feel normal. And if I couldn't say it without sounding crazy, I wasn't going to say it at all. Instead, I started doing small things. I rearranged my living room, pulled the sofa away from the front window, re-angled the lamp so it didn't cast shadows across the hallway at night, bought a cheap wedge alarm for the back door. Not because I thought it would stop him, just so I'd know if it happened again. I even printed out one of those fake 24-hour CCTV in operation signs and stuck it to the inside of the glass. Not sure who I thought I was fooling. Probably just myself. I watched Marie more too. Not in a weird way, just noticed her more. The way she kept her curtains shut tighter than before, how she never took the bins out after dark now. The way she always scanned the street before unlocking her front door, keys already out like she was preparing for something to happen. We were all doing it, in our own way. One night, I came back from the shop and found her standing in her driveway, staring up at her roof. I asked if everything was okay. She didn't look away from whatever she was looking at. "Do you ever feel like he's still here?" she said. Not, "Do you think he'll come back?" Not, "What if it happens again?" Just still here. I didn't answer. Because I did. not in the obvious ways. I didn't see vans parked on the street or catch anyone watching from the shadows, but the feeling was still there. That low, gnawing hum of wrongness that you learn to stop talking about because no one knows what to do with it. I asked if she'd seen anything. She didn't move. Yesterday morning, she said, my mail was inside, on the floor, door was still locked. I felt that slow, cold twist in my stomach. Are you sure it didn't just fall through? It was stacked, neat, like someone had picked it up and left it for me. I didn't know what to say. What do you even say to that? We stood there in silence for a while. Then she finally looked at me. If I'm honest, she said, I don't think he's gone. I just think he got better at it. That sentence lived in my head for days. I started noticing the gaps in my own habits, the small places where I might forget something, leave a curtain slightly open, take too long to relock the door after coming in, walk away from the kettle while it's boiling, letting the noise cover everything else. And I kept thinking, if he's watching, he knows all that. He knows my routine. He knows when I go quiet, when I sleep, when I don't. I tried to change things up, set alarms for odd hours, kept lights on at weird times, took different routes home, all that stuff you do when you're trying to be unpredictable. But it doesn't really work, because you can't outsmart someone when you don't know what game they're playing. And then something happened that pushed it all back to the surface. A new post went up in the Facebook group. Someone had footage, not of their own house, of a dog walker's clip, from a camera mounted on their dog's collar. I didn't even know people were doing that now. The woman who posted it said her dog had started acting strange during their usual morning walk, kept turning back, ears up, hackles raised, so she checked the footage when she got home. And at the 12-minute mark, you see a man, maybe him, maybe not, but it felt close, standing at the corner of one of the cul-de-sacs just off our street. Not moving, not walking a dog, just there. Hood up, head down, like he'd been waiting to be noticed. Or maybe hoping he wouldn't be. The timestamp was 5:38 a.m. Same day I found the spoon. I sat there staring at the paused frame, trying to make something clearer out of it. A clue, a detail. But there was nothing, just shadows and pixels in that same posture, relaxed, patient, familiar. I didn't comment, didn't share it. Just saved the image to my phone and kept checking it every hour for the rest of the day, like it might suddenly blink. That night, I didn't stay in. I packed a bag and went to Meg's. She was confused at first, but when she saw my face, she just nodded and asked what takeaway I wanted. I didn't tell her everything, just enough. I said, he left something for me. She didn't ask what. I slept on her sofa that night, barely moving, and still, I woke up 3 times with my heart pounding, convinced I'd heard the front gate. In the morning I checked my phone, no new alerts, no missed calls. Just the saved photo from the dog cam. Still him, still standing, still watching. The hardest part was that life didn't stop just because something awful might be happening in the background. Bills still showed up, work still called, People still asked you how you were in that polite, shallow way that made it impossible to answer truthfully. I'd nod and say, "Yeah, all good," like I wasn't sleeping with the hallway light on, like I wasn't checking my bin for messages or spoons, or God knows what every morning, like I didn't flinch every time my phone buzzed past midnight. There's something deeply isolating about a fear you can't prove, something that makes you feel stupid for being scared, and even more stupid for trying to explain it. I'd half start to bring it up in conversations to Meg, to Jamie, even to the guy I work with at the print shop, but I always bailed. I could already hear the way they'd respond, logical, reassuring. Probably just a prank, or sounds like someone messing about. And maybe it was. That was the worst part. Maybe it really was just some weird guy with too much time and a taste for yogurt and unlocked doors. Maybe it was all over already, and I was just dragging it out in my head. But if that was true, why couldn't I stop thinking about it? I started writing things down, not to show anyone, just for myself, just so I could track what was happening and see if there was a pattern, a logic to it. I made a list of all the things that had changed since it started: the spoon, the unlocked door, the silent visits, the open gate, Marie's moved mail, the dog cam footage. It didn't add up to anything clear, but it felt better to see it on paper, like maybe if I looked hard enough I'd see what he wanted. I kept checking in with Marie, though not as often. We didn't say much anymore when we passed each other, but there was this kind of quiet understanding between us now, like we were the only two people on the street still paying attention. Everyone else had moved on. The Facebook posts had stopped. People were back to complaining about potholes and stolen flower pots. I guess that's how it works. People get scared for a bit, then bored, then numb. Something new always comes along. But I hadn't moved on. I couldn't, because even though nothing new had happened since the spoon, that sense of being watched never really went away. I'd walk to the shop and feel eyes on the back of my neck. I'd wake up at 4 a.m. and stare at the ceiling, certain I'd heard someone on the gravel outside. The ring never pinged. The cameras never showed anything. But that didn't matter. You don't need to see the wind to feel it, and whatever this was, I felt it. Then, one night, something changed. I was home alone. Meg was staying at Jamie's, and I decided not to follow her this time. I was tired of feeling like I was running from my own house. I made dinner, something simple, pasta and garlic bread, and sat on the sofa to eat while an old episode of MasterChef played in the background. It was normal, calm, almost peaceful. Until I heard something from the front garden. Not a bang, not glass breaking, just a soft crunch, like a footstep on gravel. I muted the TV. Waited. Nothing. I grabbed my phone and opened the Ring app. Live feed loaded, porch empty, no motion alert, nothing moving. But I kept staring. I was so sure I'd heard something. Then the feed glitched. Just for a second, a flicker, like the signal had hiccuped. It came back instantly, still empty, but I'd seen it. I rewound the footage by 10 seconds, watched it again, the moment the screen jumped. It didn't catch anything, no figure, no movement, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had just happened out there, just outside the range of the camera. I waited a few more minutes, watched the feed, still nothing. I should have let it go. I should have gone back to eating, but instead, I got up and opened the door. The porch was empty, path empty, gate closed. But something was there, sitting right in the center of the doormat. Another spoon. Same kind, plain, plastic, slightly bent at the tip. No note this time, no message. Just the spoon. I didn't pick it up. I didn't touch it. I stood there for what felt like a long time, just looking at it like it might move on its own. I glanced around the street. Empty. No one walking past. No cars pulling away. Just quiet, and me, and this stupid, meaningless thing that somehow meant everything. I didn't call the police. I didn't tell Meg. I just shut the door, locked it, deadbolted it, and sat back down on the sofa. I didn't touch my food. I didn't unmute the TV. I just sat there and stared at the door like it might knock on its own. I stayed up all night. Didn't sleep. Didn't blink, it felt like. In the morning, the spoon was gone. Not kicked aside. Not blown off. Just gone. Like it had been taken back. Or like I'd imagined the whole thing and someone somewhere was laughing at how seriously I was taking it. But I hadn't imagined it. I know I hadn't. Because I wrote it down. The time, the shape, the texture, the way the plastic bent slightly in the middle like it had been used once and cleaned too aggressively. I wrote all of it down before I even shut the door. And that's when I realized what he was doing. He wasn't just watching. He was reminding me. After that second spoon, I knew I couldn't stay. Not out of panic, it wasn't that. It wasn't even fear in the same way anymore. It was this quiet, creeping realization that I wasn't going to win, that this was never a thing I could solve. He wasn't someone I could outsmart or catch in the act or reason with. He wasn't coming to break in or steal or hurt. He was just coming, in his own way, on his own schedule. And my house, the one I'd painted, filled with second-hand furniture, taken naps in, and cooked lazy Sunday dinners in it, didn't feel like mine anymore. It felt like a place he visited. Like the front door was just a line he hadn't crossed yet, and even if he never did, the knowing was enough. I didn't want to be a person who lived like that. So I decided I was leaving. Meg understood, not right away, but she didn't push. She said I could stay at Jamie's for as long as I needed, while I figured things out. And I did 3 nights on their lumpy futon, still not sleeping properly, still checking my phone every hour. I even disabled my Ring app for a while. Not because I stopped caring, but because I couldn't handle the anticipation anymore. That constant spike of dread every time a motion alert went off, even if it was just the postie or a squirrel. It was wrecking me. I put in my notice with the letting agent a week later, gave the standard 28 days, didn't wait for the full term to end. I listed a few of my things on Facebook Marketplace, boxed up the rest, and started looking at flats outside the city, somewhere smaller, quieter, not so anonymous. Marie didn't say much when I told her. She just nodded and said, "I get it." And I think she did. That week, I went back once more to pick up the last of my things. Just me, middle of the afternoon, bright and unthreatening. I walked in and felt the weird stillness of a place that had already stopped being home. You could hear the echoes in the walls. You could smell the dust starting to settle. Everything looked normal, too normal, like nothing had happened, like it had all been in my head. But then I checked the kitchen. There was a third spoon on the counter. This one wasn't plastic. It was metal. Plain, cheap, the kind you'd get in a 5-pack from IKEA. But it was mine, from my drawer, and I hadn't been there in days. I stood there for a while, staring at it, not afraid, just done. It felt like the last word in a conversation I never wanted to be part of. A final message, or maybe a goodbye. I picked it up, washed it, dried it, put it back in the drawer like it belonged there. Then I walked out and didn't come back. I moved to a smaller flat about 25 minutes away, top floor, no garden, one door in, one door out. It's not anything special, but it's mine. It's quiet. I can see the whole street from my window. I started sleeping again. Not great, but better. Meg and I still talk, so does Marie. We check in now and then. A group chat was started. It's quiet now. Just memes and check-ins, and the odd bin day reminder. There haven't been any more sightings. No more Facebook clips. No new notes. No spoons. But I still catch myself watching. Not obsessively, not constantly, but when the house goes still at night and the wind picks up, I still pause and listen. I still lock the door, then check it twice. I still angle the hallway light so I can see the floor from my bed. That's the part I never expected. It's not the fear that stays, it's the habit. The small, instinctive changes that linger long after the danger's gone. The way you shrink into yourself, the way you stop assuming you're alone, even when you are. But I'm okay with that now, because it taught me something I didn't know before. That safety isn't a feeling, it's a choice you make over and over again. Every locked door, every gut instinct you don't ignore. Every time you say, no, actually, I'm not just being dramatic. I used to think people who told stories like this were trying to scare others. But now I think they're just trying to tell you what can happen, not to make you paranoid, but to remind you to pay attention. To make you trust that feeling in your spine when something doesn't sit right. To make sure you don't ignore the knock you didn't hear. The sound you almost missed. The door you thought you locked. Because sometimes you'll get lucky. Sometimes he'll try the handle and just move on. And sometimes he won't. I first saw her on a Tuesday. It was early, probably 5:30 in the morning. I'd gotten in the habit of waking up before the kids, not to be productive, but because I liked the quiet. There's this weird, weightless window of time before the rest of the world kicks on. No emails, no cartoons, no toast burning in the background, just stillness. That morning, I poured myself a cup of coffee and stood at the kitchen window like I always do, looking out over the backyard. That's when I noticed her, just standing there at the back fence. Our yard backs up to a small patch of woods. Nothing dense, just a few skinny trees, some brush, the occasional squirrel. Between the yard and the trees is an old wooden fence about shoulder height. It was here when we moved in. Nothing fancy, just enough to say this part is ours. She was standing on the other side of it, not in the woods, but right at the edge, perfectly still, hands at her sides. wearing what looked like a long coat or maybe a dress, dark brown, like something you'd wear to a church service in the fall. At first I figured she was just passing through, maybe someone's lost aunt or a neighbor cutting across the woods to get somewhere faster. But she didn't move, didn't fidget, didn't seem cold, just stood there, facing the house. She was too far away to make out her expression, but I could tell she wasn't watching the trees or looking around. She was looking straight at our window, at me. I didn't wave or say anything, just stood there with my coffee, watching her, trying to figure out if I should call someone or open the back door. But I didn't want to wake anyone else up, and honestly, I wasn't even sure what I'd report. Eventually, the sky started to brighten. Not full sunrise, but that soft gray blue that means morning's on the way. I looked down to check the time, 5:42, and when I looked up again, she was gone. No rustling, no footsteps, just gone. I stepped outside and looked around, but the woods were still. The grass was wet with dew, no footprints. Weird, but not alarming. Not yet. The next morning, she was back. Same time, 5:30 on the dot. Different outfit this time, a pale green blouse with a tan skirt that hit just below the knee. Her hair was down, neatly combed, almost too neat for that early in the morning. Again, she stood there without moving, just watching the house. This time, I stepped out onto the porch. I didn't go down the steps, just stood there and stared back at her. I thought maybe she'd wave, or speak, or do anything to make this make sense. But she didn't react. She didn't even blink. I raised a hand halfway, not quite a wave, more like a cautious hello, and she still didn't move. When I called out, "Can I help you?" her head tilted just slightly to the right, like she was studying me or recognizing me. That was the moment I felt the first real thread of unease. Not fear, not yet, but something that made me step back into the house without fully realizing I'd done it. I watched her through the window again, waiting to see if she'd leave, or at least shift her weight. She didn't. And just like the day before, as the light started creeping in, she was gone. I told my wife about her that night. Jen laughed at first. "You've got a little fan club forming," she said. But when I told her how long the woman had stood there, how she didn't move or speak, her smile faded. "You think she's homeless?" Jen asked. "Maybe," I said. "But she looks too, put together. Her clothes are always clean, hair brushed. She doesn't have a bag or anything. It's weird." "Should we call someone?" I shrugged. "She's not on our property." That's what I kept coming back to. She wasn't doing anything technically wrong. She was just there. And the next morning, she was there again. 5:30 sharp. This time she wore a red sweater, same length skirt as the day before. Her shoes were always flats, modest, practical, like she dressed for a very specific kind of appointment every day. I stepped outside again. This time, I walked all the way down to the edge of the yard. She didn't move. I stood about 10 feet from her, only the fence between us. Up close, she looked even more ordinary. Early 50s, maybe. No visible scars or dirt. No signs of injury. Her eyes were pale, almost colorless in the dawn light. "Why are you here?" I asked. She blinked, once, maybe twice, then said in a quiet, even voice, "I used to live here." Her tone wasn't angry, wasn't sad, just matter of fact. I didn't know what to say. I waited, thinking she'd explain, tell me she grew up here, or that she was confused, but she didn't. She just said, "He said I could come back when I'm ready." I asked, "Who?" But she didn't answer. She turned her head slightly to the left, like she was listening to something deep in the woods, then back at me. And then, as the sky began to brighten, she turned and walked into the trees. No rush, no fear. Just left. That was the first time I felt afraid. Not because of what she did, but because of how calm it all was. That kind of calm only comes from believing you belong somewhere. And I couldn't shake the feeling that she thought she still did. She didn't come the next morning. I got up early, like usual, still groggy from staying up too late reading the same news stories on my phone. I stood at the kitchen window with my coffee, watching the fence line. 5:30 came and went. Nothing. Just dew on the grass and the slow crawl of morning light through the trees. I waited longer than I'd like to admit. At 6, I stepped out onto the porch, half expecting to see her walk out from behind a tree like she'd been hiding there the whole time. But no. The yard was still. The woods were quiet. And I told myself I should be relieved. But I wasn't. All day, I couldn't stop thinking about her. Not in an obsessive way, at least not at first. Just a quiet itch at the back of my mind, like a riddle I hadn't solved. Who was she? What did she mean by "he said I could come back when I'm ready"? I checked the county records online during nap time. Our house was built in the early 90s, 2 owners before us. A couple with no kids, and before that a family who'd been here since it was first constructed. Their name was Riddick. I didn't find any mention of a woman, no news articles, no obituaries, just sales records and mortgage info. That night, after we put the kids to bed, I brought it up to Jen again, told her what the woman had said. "She told you she used to live here?" she asked. "Yeah, and that someone told her she could come back, when she's ready." Jen frowned. "That sounds like, I don't know, like something out of a movie." I nodded. She wasn't threatening. She was just there, like she belonged. We sat with that for a minute. "You think she's confused?" Jen asked. "Maybe, or she thinks we're the ones in the wrong. Should we call the cops?" "She hasn't trespassed." We left it there, but I could tell Jen was worried now. Not just about the woman about me, the way I was talking, the way I couldn't let it go. The next morning, I woke up even earlier. 5:15. I didn't even make coffee. I just stood in the dark kitchen watching the yard. My eyes had adjusted to the gray light enough that I could see the tree line clearly. At 5:30, like clockwork, she was there. Same posture, same stillness, different clothes. This time it was a navy blue sweater with pearl buttons and a floral skirt. Her hands were folded in front of her, not at her sides like before. Her hair was pulled back. She looked neater somehow, more formal. I didn't go outside. I just stood behind the glass, hidden in the shadows, watching her. She didn't move, didn't blink. I checked the time again, 5:35, 5:40. She still hadn't moved. But I started to notice something. Her gaze wasn't just directed at the house anymore. It was angled upward, toward the second floor, toward the kids' window. That did something to me, something sharp. I pulled the curtains shut. I went upstairs and checked on them, both asleep, both safe. The room was quiet, nothing unusual. But when I came back down and looked outside again, she was gone. That's when I called the non-emergency police line. I told them there was a woman standing at our back fence every morning at the same time, that she wasn't threatening us, but she was watching, that she said something strange about having lived here. The officer on the phone sounded tired, polite, but detached. He said unless she stepped onto our property or made some kind of verbal threat, there wasn't much they could do. If you can get a photo or video of her, that might help, he added. But standing on the other side of a fence doesn't really qualify as harassment. That was that. I tried to explain it to Jen that night. She was looking at the kids' window. Jen's face tightened. Are you sure? She wasn't looking at me. I know what I saw. She didn't argue, but she didn't say much after that either. Just nodded and started picking up toys from the living room floor like it was any other night. But the next morning, she woke up with me. She stood beside me at the window, both of us wrapped in our robes, silent. At 5:30, the woman was there again. Different outfit, white blouse, pale gray skirt, same flats. This time, she was holding something. A piece of paper. She didn't wave it or lift it high, just held it loosely at her side like a school teacher carrying a lesson plan. I reached for my phone and zoomed in through the window. The picture came out blurry, useless. The low light didn't help. Jen said, "What is that?" And I said, "I don't know." And before we could say anything else, the woman slowly lifted her free hand and pointed at the house. Not the upstairs window, the kitchen, right at us. Then she turned and walked back into the trees. Jen stepped away from the window. "I want you to talk to someone," she said. "I am talking to someone, you." "No," she said, "a professional." That stung. I didn't respond. She put her hand on my arm. "I believe you. I'm not saying this isn't real, but you're getting obsessed. You're not sleeping. You're jumping at shadows. I'm trying to keep us safe." "I know," she said, "but it's starting to feel like she's not the problem anymore." That hurt more than I wanted to admit. I told her I'd drop it, but I didn't. The next morning I was out there before 5. I brought a folding chair and sat at the edge of the lawn with a flashlight and a thermos full of coffee, like I was on some kind of stakeout. I didn't care how it looked. I wanted to be close enough to see her face clearly, to ask her why. At 5:29 I felt it. That subtle shift in the air, like a curtain lifting. And there she was, right on time. Only this time she wasn't standing. She was kneeling, hands clasped, head bowed, like she was praying. She was kneeling. I didn't move. She stayed like that for 6, maybe 7 minutes, perfectly still, head bowed, hands pressed together, knees sunk into the soft ground just beyond the fence. She didn't flinch, didn't look up, didn't react when I turned on the flashlight and aimed it directly at her face. It was like I wasn't even there. And that, somehow, was worse than if she'd acknowledged me. She rose slowly at 5:43 and walked back into the woods, disappearing behind the same clump of trees as before. By the time I stood up, my coffee was cold. I didn't tell Jen that day. I was already towing the line between concerned and concerning. I knew it. She knew it. Every time I brought it up, I could see that flicker behind her eyes, that little "I'm worried about you" look. So I didn't say anything. I just went about the day like normal, changed a diaper, made toast, folded laundry, rewatched the same episode of Bluey for the 4th time. But my mind stayed fixed on her. Why had she knelt? Why now? Was it ritual? Was it a signal? The next morning, I was back out there, before 5 again. Folding chair, thermos, flashlight. This time I brought my phone on a tripod, facing the woods, recording. At 5:29, nothing happened. At 5:30, still nothing. 5:31, 5:32. She stepped out from the trees like she'd never left, walking slowly like she'd been underwater. Different outfit again, light blue dress with tiny white buttons. Her hair was up in a low bun. She didn't kneel this time, just stood with her hands at her sides. But she was closer. A step or two, maybe. Not much. But I knew. I felt it. I turned the flashlight on and aimed it toward her again, and this time I saw her face clearly. It wasn't blank. Not expressionless. She looked sad. Not weeping, not dramatic. Just this quiet, heavy sadness that settled into her features like it had always been there. And then she smiled. Barely. Just the corners of her mouth tugging up like a memory she didn't trust. Then she lifted her hand. Not waving. Pointing. Upstairs again. At the kid's window. I stood. "What do you want?" I asked. She tilted her head. I stepped closer. "Why are you here?" She didn't answer. "Who told you you could come back?" This time she did respond. Her voice was barely audible, calm, almost like a lullaby. "You'll remember soon." I froze. What does that mean? But she was already turning, walking away, slow and unbothered, her pale dress catching the morning light in a way that made it glow. Back into the trees. Gone. When I checked my phone, the recording had stopped halfway through. Storage full, even though I'd cleared it the night before. I deleted everything, cleared the cache, emptied the trash, reset the camera app. The space wouldn't free up. I ran a factory reset. Still said, storage full. The video was gone, but the space it occupied stayed. That day, I couldn't stop checking the windows. Every reflective surface made me jump. A flash of movement across the lawn, a bird in the brush, a neighbor walking their dog. It all felt too loud, too fast. Like the world was spinning just a little harder around me than it was for everyone else. That night, Jen found me sitting at the kitchen table with the lights off, just staring into the backyard. "You're doing it again," she said gently. I saw her face today. Jen sighed and pulled out a chair. "Do you think maybe she's part of your past? Something you've forgotten?" I looked at her. "Why would you say that?" She hesitated. "You keep saying things like it's personal, like she's here for you." "She is." She pointed at the kid's window. She told me I'd remember. Jen was quiet for a moment. "Do you remember what happened the year before we moved here?" I blinked. "What?" "Do you remember what happened in May the year before we moved?" I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. I couldn't remember. Not clearly. Just flashes, boxes, a hospital, a quiet room with a window that didn't open. But those were dreams. They felt like dreams. Jen touched my hand. "You got help. You're okay now. But maybe something's getting stirred up again." "She's real." "I believe that you believe that." "No, Jen, she's real." "Okay," she said, not agreeing, not disagreeing, just trying to keep the peace. She went to bed not long after. I stayed downstairs. I pulled out every photo album we had, every storage bin, every moving box from the garage. I dug through them until my hands were covered in dust and old paper cuts. Looking for what? I didn't know. Something, anything, a clue, a name. And then I found it. In a manila envelope at the bottom of a box labeled Old Mail. An envelope addressed to me from a rehab center 3 counties over. I didn't remember going there. But it had my name, my signature, a discharge date, exactly 1 year before we moved into this house. Inside was a thank you note. Not from the center, from someone named L. Written in shaky blue pen. "I hope this place gives you peace. You deserve it more than I do. I'll wait as long as it takes." No last name. No return address. Just L. I stared at it until the sun started to rise. I looked out the window. She was already there. She was there when the sun came up. Same place, same stillness. But everything felt different now. I stood at the window, envelope in one hand, coffee forgotten on the counter behind me. I didn't wake Jen. I didn't move. I just stared out at her and tried to line her up with the words on the paper in my hand. "I'll wait as long as it takes." That was what the note said. And now here she was. Had she waited? I tried to really remember anything about someone named Elle, but nothing came. No face, no moment, just that constant sense of almost, like a song you can hum but not name. The woman stood like she always did, hands folded, posture straight, eyes fixed on the house. She wore a pale yellow sweater today, tucked into a brown skirt with pleats. Her shoes were the same, always the same, and her hair was down again. It looked familiar. I stepped away from the window and pulled the curtain closed. I didn't know what scared me more, that she was watching us, or that some part of me might have invited her. The kids were up by then. I made breakfast like normal, or tried to. Toast burned. I poured juice into a coffee mug by mistake. Jen noticed, but didn't say anything. She watched me from across the kitchen, waiting to see if I'd bring it up. I didn't. After breakfast, I went out to the garage and found an old trail camera we'd bought back when we thought we were going to become one of those hiking families. I mounted it in the tree closest to the back fence and angled it down. Motion activated, night vision, should have been enough to catch something. Just in case. Just so I'd have proof. That night, I lay awake for hours. My mind kept circling the same drain. Who was she? What did I forget? Had we met before? Had I promised her something? Had I hurt her? Or worse, had I loved her? The next morning, I didn't go outside. I stayed inside, lights off, curtains cracked just enough to see. She came at 5:30. Same spot. New clothes. White blouse, dark green skirt. But something was different. She wasn't looking at the house. She was looking at me. Not at the window, not at the upstairs room. At me. She met my eyes through the sliver in the curtain and just stood there, blinking slow, like she'd been waiting for me to really see her. I wanted to go out there, but I didn't. I don't know if it was fear or guilt, or maybe both. My hand was on the doorknob, but I stayed still. At 5:46, she turned and left. That afternoon, I checked the trail cam. The screen said, motion detected, 5:31 a.m. I opened the clip. There was nothing. No figure, no movement, just a 30-second shot of an empty yard, the fence, the woods behind it, quiet, still. No woman. No proof. I stared at it, trying to make sense of the footage. Did I aim the camera wrong? Did something glitch? But I knew what I saw. She'd been there. I put the trail cam back in the garage. That night, I sat on the porch alone with a blanket over my lap and a flashlight in one hand. I watched the tree line like it owed me answers. I didn't sleep. I didn't blink for long. At 5:28, I heard it. A soft shuffle in the leaves. And then she was there. Not walking out of the woods this time. Just appearing. Like she'd always been standing there and the world had finally caught up. I stood slowly. Walked to the fence. She didn't move. Up close, she looked tired, not disheveled, just worn. Her eyes weren't threatening, they weren't demanding, they were asking. I cleared my throat. "What's your name?" She tilted her head. "You used to know it." "I don't." A soft smile. "Not yet." "You keep coming here, why?" She looked up at the house. "Because he said I could." "Who's he?" "You." I swallowed. "I never said that." "You did, a long time ago." I took a step back. My voice was shaking now. "You can't be here." "I know." She looked down at her hands. "But I don't have anywhere else to be." We stood like that for a while. She never crossed the fence. And eventually, like always, she turned and walked into the woods. Jen was waiting in the doorway when I came back in. She didn't say anything. She just pulled me into a hug and held on longer than usual. The next day, I made an appointment. A therapist. Someone new. Someone who wouldn't start the conversation with "How long has it been since your last visit?" I didn't tell them about the woman right away. I started slow. Just talked about the unease, the guilt I couldn't place, the memory gaps, the feeling that something was waiting for me to catch up to it. We talked about my past treatment, about the breakdown, the hospitalization, the weeks I didn't remember. They told me it was okay. That forgetting is sometimes what the brain needs to survive. I nodded, but I wasn't sure I agreed. Because whatever I'd forgotten, it hadn't forgotten me. That night, I went back through the mail again. Every envelope, every piece of paper, every scribbled note in every old notebook we still had stuffed into drawers. And I found another one. Different handwriting this time. Smaller, tighter. Just 3 lines, written in pencil on the inside of a greeting card that said, "Thinking of you" on the front. He told me to wait here. He said this would be home. I don't know how long that means. It wasn't addressed to anyone, but I knew who it was from, and I knew who it was for. The next morning, I didn't wait for her. I woke up late, slept through my alarm. Jen let me sleep in, which she never does, especially on weekdays. When I finally rolled out of bed, the kids were already halfway through their cereal, and the sun was pouring in through the back windows like nothing had ever been wrong. I went to the kitchen window without even thinking, the way you reach for your phone first thing, and stopped when I realized I'd missed it. She was gone. If she'd come, I hadn't seen her. There was no note, no trace, no impression in the grass near the fence. Just an empty yard, and the distant sound of a lawnmower from 2 houses down. But that didn't bring relief. It brought something else. A hollow, buzzing weight in my chest. Like I'd forgotten to show up for something I didn't know I agreed to. Jen asked me how I was feeling that afternoon. We were standing in the garage, the door open, kids riding scooters in lazy loops down the driveway. I shrugged. "Better," I said, "just tired." She handed me a folded sheet of paper. "I found this in the laundry room. It was tucked behind the dryer." I opened it carefully. Notebook paper, lined, torn at the edge, same tight handwriting as the card. This one was longer. He said not to knock, said the house was fragile now, said they wouldn't understand yet. I promised to wait where it's safe, where I used to sit before everything broke. I remember the fence. I remember the light in the kitchen. I remember his hands shaking. I read it twice, then folded it again and tucked it into my back pocket. Jen didn't ask what it said. She just looked at me like she already knew. And maybe she did. That night, I sat outside again, no chair, just the grass beneath me, damp and cool, like the earth wanted to remind me I was still part of it. She didn't come at 5:30 or 5:40, but at 5:52 I felt her. Before I saw her, that same shift in the air, that hush, that invisible thread pulling the space between us tight. When I looked up, she was already there. Closer now. Maybe 3 feet from the fence. Not kneeling, not standing straight, just leaning slightly forward, like she was tired, or like she didn't want to scare me. She wore a light gray sweater buttoned up to her throat, long black skirt, hair in a low bun, pale hands folded in front of her like she was waiting her turn to speak. "Your letters," I said. She nodded. "Why did you leave them?" "To remind you." "Of what?" "That I was here, that I still am." I felt something slide into place behind my ribs. A quiet truth. I rubbed my hands together. Did I know you?" She tilted her head. "You do." "I don't remember." "You will." "Were we," I started, then stopped. The word tasted wrong. "I don't know," I said instead. "I don't know what's real anymore." She took a small step forward, just enough that I could see her more clearly. Her face was soft, no makeup, no lines that didn't belong. She looked like someone I should have known. Someone whose photo I might have glanced past in a forgotten album. "You said I could come back when I was ready," she said. "When was that?" "You didn't know at the time." "What did I say exactly?" She closed her eyes. "You said, when I get better, when things are safe again, you can come back," and I waited. I felt the air thicken around me. My legs felt rooted to the earth, like I couldn't have stood even if I wanted to. "You never came inside," I said. "I promised I wouldn't." "You kept that promise." She smiled, and for a moment I felt something warm, familiar. Like I'd seen that smile before, across a table, or in a hospital room, or in a photo that got thrown away. I swallowed hard. Are you real?" Her smile didn't change. "You're asking the wrong question." "What's the right one?" She paused, then said softly, "Why did you forget me?" I felt dizzy. "I don't know." She stepped closer. "I think you needed to. I think you had to let me go. But you didn't know how, so you pushed it down until it stopped knocking." "I didn't mean to." "I know." I sat in silence, the morning cold starting to settle into my skin. Behind us, the trees were starting to shift color, the edges of fall creeping in. She looked at the house. "Is it different now?" "Yes," I said. "Better?" "Sometimes." She nodded. "I'm sorry I scared you." "You didn't," I said. But we both knew that wasn't true. "You're not coming back again, are you?" I asked. "No." "Because I remember now." "No," she said, "because you're not mine anymore." I didn't know what to say to that. She stepped back, and for the first time she smiled fully. No sadness, no questions, just a quiet goodbye that didn't need to be spoken. Then she turned and walked into the woods, and this time I didn't feel afraid, because I knew she wasn't lost. She was done waiting. I sat in the grass until the sun came up. When Jen came outside with a blanket draped over her arm and 2 mugs in her hands, I looked up at her and felt something I hadn't felt in a long time. Here, present, unburied. I took the coffee. She sat next to me. Neither of us said anything. We didn't need to. Inside my pocket, the letter stayed folded, still warm. And for the first time, it didn't feel like a secret. She didn't come back after that morning. I watched for her, of course. The first few days, I still got up early, still sat in the kitchen with the lights off, watching the tree line like I always did. But the fence stayed empty. The woods were still, and a strange thing started to happen. I missed her. Not in a literal way. I wasn't longing for her to return, or for the things she said, or the eerie quiet that came with her presence. I missed the weight of her, the tension, the way her presence had pointed me toward something I didn't want to face until I had no choice. Now that she was gone, there was nothing between me and the truth. And it was quiet. Too quiet at first. For a few days, I wandered the house like I was waiting for something to snap back into place. Jen kept her distance, gently. She didn't press. She just stayed nearby, bringing me coffee, checking in with her eyes more than her words. I think she knew I was finally facing something I'd kept buried long enough to forget I'd buried it. I kept that letter, the one I found behind the dryer, in my pocket for a while. Then I moved it to a drawer in the hallway, then to a small box in the closet. I wasn't hiding it. I just didn't need it to be close anymore. The memories didn't come all at once. They never do. But little things began to surface. The sound of a voice I couldn't place, a small silver necklace knotted in the bottom of an old toiletries bag, a memory of a hospital room that wasn't mine, but felt familiar. Someone crying softly while I stared out the window. Someone telling me I needed time, that I needed space. The grief came later. Not sharp and loud, like I thought it might. Just slow, like water through a cracked ceiling. A steady drip of realization, of acceptance. She was someone I'd known. Someone I'd loved. I didn't need the details to feel the loss. The absence was enough. Jen was the one who finally said it out loud, a few weeks later, when the kids were with her parents and we were sitting out back in the early evening. The sun was low, casting long shadows across the grass. I was staring at the fence just out of habit, and she said, her name was Lila. I didn't say anything at first. She continued, it was a long time ago, before me. You were both very young. You told me about her once, during your recovery. When we first met, you said she was the reason you got better, but also the reason it got so bad. I looked over at her. She wasn't dangerous, Jen added quickly, not in the way people usually mean. She was unstable, not well, but she loved you, and you loved her. My throat felt tight. What happened to her? Jen hesitated. She left, voluntarily, checked herself into long-term care. You said you told her to come back when she was ready, that you'd wait, but when she got out, you were already with me. I nodded slowly. Something in my chest pulled tight, then let go. You didn't remember any of it, Jen said. Not until now. I think I needed to forget. I think you had to. We sat in silence for a while. I looked at the fence again, not with fear, not with expectation, just with a kind of reverence, like you'd look at the edge of a page before turning it. I didn't want to hurt her, I said. I know. I thought I was doing the right thing. You were. The crickets started chirping as the sky darkened. I kept seeing her, I whispered. I believe you. It felt so real. Jen took my hand. Maybe it was. I've thought about that moment a lot in the time since. Whether Lila was really there, or if she was something my mind conjured to finally make me remember. I've read about that trauma taking shape, manifesting, giving your memory something it can look at until you're ready to let it back in. But the truth is, I don't need a definitive answer. Because whatever she was, hallucination or haunting, memory or ghost, she helped me heal. She stood at that fence every morning because part of me still owed her something. Not an apology, not a second chance, just recognition. The kind that comes from finally saying, I remember. I haven't seen her since that last day. But I still think about her sometimes. When the wind moves through the trees just right, when the kids run through the backyard and their laughter echoes in the woods, when I wake up early and find myself looking out the window before the sun rises. I don't expect her to come back. She doesn't need to. The promise was kept. Not in the way either of us imagined, but still. We both waited. And in the end, we both remembered. There's peace in that. Now, our home feels whole again, not in some magical way, just settled, balanced, as if a room that had always been locked quietly opened itself and let in some air. I think healing is like that. Not loud, not immediate. Just small changes in direction. The fence is still there. I haven't fixed it or painted it or changed it in any way. Sometimes I leave a light on in the kitchen overnight, and when I wake up in the morning and glance outside, I can almost believe I see her there. Not as a threat, not as a question, just as someone who came back one last time, and then moved on, like I did, like I had to. I wasn't planning on being out that late. I'd finished a shift at the pub. I help out part-time, nothing fancy, just pulling pints and wiping tables, and I was starving, headachy, and running low on fuel. Like literally, the fuel light had been on since I left Selly Oak, and I was playing chicken with it the whole drive home. I don't even like getting petrol that late, but it was either that or risk stalling on the A38, so I stopped at that BP off Pershore Road. The one with the flickering sign and the weird green lighting that always makes everything look slightly jaundiced. It was just past 11:30. I remember that exactly because my phone buzzed as I pulled in a WhatsApp message from Meg, my flatmate, asking if I'd eaten yet. I didn't reply right away. I just pulled up to the second pump, killed the engine, and stepped out. There was only one other car there. Not even a car, a van, white, battered, one of those generic models you see plumbers and decorators drive. No branding, bit of rust near the tires. The engine wasn't running, and it wasn't at a pump. It was just parked sideways near the air machine. The man standing next to it was odd. That's the only word I've got. He was holding a phone, but he wasn't doing anything with it, just staring down at the screen. No scrolling, no tapping, just holding it like a prop, like he thought that would make him look normal. He looked up once when I got out. We made brief eye contact, not long enough for it to be a thing, but long enough for me to register that I didn't like it. You know that feeling when someone looks at you too still? Not checking you out, just watching. I filled up fast, paid at the pump, didn't even go inside for a snack like I usually do. Something about the place felt off. Not unsafe, not really, but heavy, like the air had a weight to it. When I pulled out of the station, the van didn't move right away. I thought, okay, maybe he's waiting for someone. Maybe he lives nearby. I was trying to be rational. I didn't want to make a thing out of it. It had been a long day. I was tired. Sometimes your brain makes patterns where there aren't any, just because it wants something to focus on. But then I hit the first turn, and the van showed up in my mirror. Not right on my tail, not obvious, just there, hanging back by a car length, headlights a bit dimmer than normal, like someone had taken the time to tweak them. I told myself not to panic. People leave petrol stations all the time. Maybe he's just going the same way. Maybe this is a coincidence. But when I turned again left this time, toward the roundabout, he turned too. I took the second exit. So did he. That's when I started to feel it. That slow, crawling unease that creeps up your neck when you're trying to stay calm, but your body already knows something's wrong. I drove slower, not braking hard or anything, just easing off the pedal to see what he'd do. He slowed too. Didn't overtake, didn't honk, just stayed with me. I switched lanes. He did too. That's when I stopped pretending it was nothing. I didn't go home. There was no way I was pulling into my street and letting him know where I lived. Instead, I kept circling, took a few random turns around Sturchley, past the old Wilco and down into some quieter roads. No traffic, no people, just rows of terraces and parked cars. Every time I glanced in the mirror, he was still there. No flashing lights, no road rage, no attempt to pass, just there. I started talking to myself, quietly, just little phrases like, "Okay, stay calm," and "You're fine, just think." I do that when I'm anxious. It helps me stay focused. Like I need to hear something human to drown out the fear. I knew there was a Tesco Express near Bourneville that stayed open late, not 24 hours, but until midnight. I figured even if it was closed, the car park would be lit. Maybe a staff member would still be inside. Maybe cameras. At the very least, it was public. So I headed there. I pulled into the lot a bit faster than I meant to, tires skidding slightly, heart pounding. I parked right under one of those harsh white lights that makes you look like a ghost. The van didn't follow me in. It parked across the street, not in a bay, not near a shop. Just there, on the curb, facing me. I sat in my car and tried to steady my breathing. I didn't want to call the police yet. I wasn't sure what I'd even say. A man might be following me. I'd sound paranoid. Maybe I was paranoid. But I've learned to trust that little voice that says something's off. It's been right before. I texted Meg again. "Hey, I'm fine. Just weird vibes at Tesco. Let you know when I'm heading home." She didn't reply right away. I waited. 5 minutes, 10, 15. The van didn't move. Neither did I. I thought about getting out and going inside, but my legs felt locked. I figured if he was waiting for me to leave the car, I wasn't going to give him that. So I just sat. 45 minutes passed. Maybe closer to an hour. I stared at my phone the whole time, checked socials, scrolled mindlessly, kept glancing up every minute or so. At some point, the van was just gone. No sound, no flash of lights, no engine, just empty space where it had been. I didn't relax. I waited another 10 minutes, just in case he was circling the block. Then I drove home. I took a weird route, doubled back twice, sped up, slowed down, nothing behind me. When I turned onto my street, everything looked normal. Same quiet row of houses, same cat sitting on the neighbor's car, same front porch light I always forget to replace. I parked, got out, lock clicked twice out of habit. And that's when I noticed it. My front door, slightly open. Not wide, not broken, just unlocked. And I always lock it. I stood on the pavement, just staring at the door. It wasn't wide open, just barely ajar. Not even enough to see inside, but it was enough to know something was off. I don't leave it like that. I lock it, always. It's muscle memory at this point. Key in, twist, handle check, walk away, especially at night. I just stood there, frozen, my hand still on my car keys. The Tesco receipt crumpled in my pocket. My breath felt too loud. Maybe I forgot, I told myself. Maybe I'd rushed out earlier and hadn't clicked it all the way. Maybe it didn't catch. But even as I thought it, I knew it wasn't true, because I remembered locking it. I didn't go inside. I backed off, got back in the car, locked the doors, sat there for a few minutes, just staring at the house. Everything else looked normal. Lights off, curtains shut. My bedroom window still cracked open the way I'd left it. Nothing smashed, no movement. I didn't see anyone on the street. But that didn't make me feel better. I rang Meg twice, no answer. Then I texted her, "Are you home?" Door was open. No response. My phone said it was 12:48 a.m. Too late for anything to feel casual, too early for it to be morning. I sat there for another minute, trying to decide if I was being dramatic. Then I did what I probably should have done an hour earlier. I called 101. The woman who answered was calm, patient, asked if I felt safe. I told her about the man at the petrol station, the van, the circling, the waiting. Then I told her about the door. She asked if I lived alone. I told her no, my flatmate was supposed to be home, but I hadn't heard from her. They said they'd send someone out to check. 10 minutes, tops. I kept the engine running while I waited. Headlights on, doors locked. I don't know why that made me feel better, like a running car could somehow keep me safer, but it did. I watched the street, every movement, every shadow. I counted how many porch lights were on, tried to guess how many people were still awake behind the curtains. It was dead quiet. No van, no movement. Just the hum of the car and the faint buzz of my phone screen lighting up every so often with no new messages. At 12:59 a.m., a police car pulled up. 2 officers, a woman and a man, both in their 40s, maybe, got out. They looked more tired than concerned, but they didn't dismiss me. I appreciated that. I got out and met them at the pavement, told them everything again, trying not to sound like I was spiraling. They nodded along. "Let's take a look," the woman said. "You stay out here, all right?" The guy went around the back, just in case. I stood by the gate, arms crossed tight over my chest, watching the woman step inside through the front door. She didn't even have to push it. It opened like it was waiting for her. That image stuck with me. She disappeared inside. A minute later, the back officer radioed in that the rear door was locked. Windows were shut. No signs of forced entry. I waited. It felt like forever, but it was maybe 5 minutes. Then she came back out, gave a small nod, and said, "Nobody's in there. No signs of anyone breaking in. Looks secure now." I didn't know what to say. Relief and anxiety hit at the same time, canceling each other out. She must have seen the look on my face, because she added, "Sometimes these things happen. You might have thought you locked it, but if the latch didn't catch—" "I lock it," I said, a bit too fast. "I always do." She just nodded again, didn't argue. They took my statement, wrote down the van's description, told me to keep an eye out and call 999 if anything felt off again. Asked if I had somewhere else to stay tonight, which honestly freaked me out more than anything. I said no, that I'd be okay. They left after that. I didn't go inside right away. I sat on the steps for a minute, keys in hand, just watching the street again, trying to convince myself it was over, that I was being overly cautious, that everything was fine now. Eventually, I stood up and opened the door all the way. That's when I saw it. A takeaway bag, right there, on the doormat. Not from anywhere I recognized. Plain brown paper, folded at the top, no receipt stapled to the front. Just a note tucked inside the handles, white paper, lined, torn from a notebook, handwritten. I pulled it out slowly. Only one line. Thanks for not making me wait long. No name. No explanation. Just that. My body went cold. Not dramatic, horror movie cold. Just wrong. Like my skin didn't fit right. Like I'd swallowed something heavy and it was sitting in the pit of my stomach. I looked inside the bag. It was empty. No food, no containers, no smell. Just the bag and the note. I didn't go inside after that. I grabbed the bag, locked the door, triple-checked it this time and walked straight to the end of the street, called an Uber, texted Meg again. Going to yours. Something's wrong at mine. Still nothing. I stayed at her boyfriend's flat that night, curled up on their sofa in my hoodie, eyes on the door. I didn't sleep. Every noise outside made me flinch. I kept replaying it all in my head. The van, the stair, the door, the note. What did he mean? Thanks for not making me wait long. Wait for what? For me to come home? For me to notice? For me to leave the door unlocked? The worst part was that it didn't feel like a threat. It felt like a fact. Like something had already happened, and I was just now catching up. I didn't go home the next day. I couldn't. I kept trying to talk myself into it, you know. Just go in, grab a bag, change clothes, make sure everything's locked this time. But every time I even thought about stepping inside that flat, my chest got tight. I stayed at Meg's boyfriend's place again, Jamie. He had a spare room full of guitars and old band posters, and he let me crash there without asking too many questions. Just handed me a clean towel and said, "You want tea or something stronger?" I took the tea. I was already wired enough. When Meg finally answered my texts, she was sorry, said she'd fallen asleep with her phone on silent, didn't see anything until morning. She felt bad, offered to go to the flat with me, but I said no. I wasn't ready. I didn't even know what I was afraid of exactly. There was no break-in, no actual confrontation, no violence, just a weird man, a van, a door left open, a bag with a note. It sounds small when you list it out like that, but the feeling, that heavy, skin-prickling dread, that wasn't small. That stayed with me. I went to work the next night like nothing happened. It felt better to pretend for a while, pouring drinks, cleaning glasses, making dumb jokes with regulars. Normal stuff. No one there knew anything about it, and I wasn't in the mood to explain. I just needed to feel like myself again. But around 9, I went to the back to grab a case of ginger ale and saw something that made me stop cold. Outside, across the street, under one of the yellow streetlights, a white van. Not moving. Not parked in a bay. Just sitting there, half in shadow, angled toward the front of the pub. I stood behind the storage shelf, not breathing, eyes locked on that shape through the gap in the crates, trying to tell if it was the same one. It looked like it. Same battered sides, same bit of rust on the wheel arch. But it wasn't like I'd taken a photo the first time. I couldn't be sure, and even if it was the same van, that didn't mean it was the same man. Except it felt like it was. I stayed behind the shelf for maybe a full minute. My fingers were digging into the cardboard of the ginger ale case, nails pressing through. Then one of the other bartenders, Lewis, came back and saw me just standing there like a mannequin. "You good?" I nodded. Too fast. "Yeah, just got dizzy for a sec." He gave me a look but didn't push. Carried the box out for me. I followed, acting normal, head down. When I looked outside again an hour later, the van was gone. That night, I didn't go back to Meg's. I went to my sister's in Moseley. I didn't tell her why, just said I needed a change of scenery. She offered me the sofa, fed me pasta, and put on one of those cooking shows where everyone's too polite to actually critique each other. I didn't sleep much. At around 3 in the morning, I checked the CCTV app for our flat. Meg had it installed when we moved in, a cheap indoor cam pointing at the front hallway, mostly for package theft paranoia. We almost never used it. I'd kind of forgotten it even existed. I opened the app, expecting to see nothing. For the most part, that's what I got. Just timestamps, shadows moving, the lights turning on briefly when Meg came home around 6. She looked fine, normal, no sign of worry, no sign of anything weird. Then I scrolled further back, to the night before, the time I was at Tesco. There was a gap in the footage. It jumped from 3 to 12, 58, 55 minutes, just gone. I stared at that missing chunk for a long time. Then I pressed play on the clip that came next. The one timestamp 12:58, the moment the feed came back online. The frame lit up, a flash of light, motion at the bottom corner. Someone had opened the front door. But they weren't coming in. They were leaving. Just a shape, hood up, head down, fast, gone before the light even fully came on. No face, no details. I paused it, replayed it, zoomed in even though it was all pixels and grain. Still nothing clear. But it was real. Someone had been in the flat during the exact time I was parked across town, sitting under a Tesco light, trying to decide if I was overreacting. My stomach dropped. I thought about calling the police, reporting the footage. But what would I even say? That someone maybe came in, maybe didn't take anything, and left behind a weird note. No forced entry, no weapon, no threat, just a presence. I turned the camera feed off. Didn't save it. Didn't show Meg. It felt like admitting it out loud would somehow make it worse, make it more real. The next day, I finally went home. Meg came with me. She chatted the whole way about her job, her boyfriend, something about her mum's new cat, and I just nodded and smiled and gave the right responses, but I barely heard her. The whole walk up to our front door, I felt this tightness in my back, like something was watching us through the letterbox. But everything looked normal. We went inside. The flat smelled a little musty, like it always did after a couple of days. Shoes by the door, post on the mat, nothing touched, nothing moved. I checked the hallway. No note, no bag. Just the camera, blinking its little red light, back to normal. Meg didn't notice anything off. She made tea. I sat on the edge of the sofa and stared at my bedroom door. I didn't say what I was thinking. Didn't tell her what I'd seen. I just asked if she could help me change the locks. We changed the locks the next day. Well, Jamie changed them. Meg asked him, and he came round with one of those cheap lock kits from Screwfix, acting like it was no big deal. Joked about finally getting to be the man of the house. I smiled like it was funny. I didn't feel any safer. I kept thinking about that missing hour on the camera, about the door opening at 12:58, about that blurry figure leaving like he'd just finished whatever he came for. I hadn't told Meg about that part. I didn't know how to explain it without sounding paranoid, or worse, like I'd made it up, and I didn't want to spook her. She still seemed convinced it was all just a weird one-off, some guy being creepy, nothing major. Maybe she was right, but I couldn't shake it. That week, I started noticing little things I probably wouldn't have clocked before, like the front door handle being warm when I came home one night, or the bathroom light left on when I was sure I'd turned it off. Once, I woke up to the sound of the kettle boiling at 4 a.m., and when I got to the kitchen, nothing was on. No water, no switch, just the faint smell of lime scale and heat. I didn't say anything, just started locking my bedroom door at night. I ordered one of those cheap door wedge alarms off Amazon, slept with it pressed under the handle. The sound would have been deafening if it ever went off. It never did. But that didn't help me sleep any better. One night, I came home late after a double shift. Meg was at Jamie's. I didn't want to be alone in the flat, but I also didn't want to make it a thing. I was trying to act normal, like things were okay now, like this wasn't still getting under my skin. I ordered takeout Chinese, some greasy sweet and sour chicken and chips that soaked through the paper carton before it even got to me. I ate it in silence on the sofa, watching reruns of Taskmaster and pretending to laugh. I almost convinced myself I was fine, until I took the rubbish out. The bin shed's around the side of the building, tucked in behind the garden wall. It's not a long walk, maybe 10 steps from the front door, but it always feels longer at night, especially when the motion light doesn't kick in fast enough. That night it didn't come on at all. I stepped into the dark and just stood there holding a greasy bag of leftovers, waiting for the bulb to flicker on. It didn't. I looked up at the sensor. Nothing. Then I glanced down the side path and saw him. Not up close. Not moving. Just standing there, backlit by the street lamp on the other side of the fence. Tall, thin, still. Same hooded coat. Same shape I'd seen on the camera. I didn't move. Not right away. My brain just stopped. Then I backed up, slow and clumsy, bag of rubbish still in my hand, until I hit the edge of the doorway. I didn't even shut the bin lid. Just dropped the bag and ran inside, locking the door with both hands. I didn't look out the window. I didn't want to know if he was still there. Instead, I did something I hadn't done since I was a teenager. I moved the wardrobe in front of my bedroom door. Took me 10 minutes and a bruised shin, but I wedged it there like I was preparing for a storm, slept with the light on, music playing from my laptop, hoodie pulled up over my ears like I was trying to disappear. The next morning, I checked the side path. No sign of him. No footprints. No leftover rubbish. Nothing. The motion sensor worked fine. I didn't tell Meg. Again, I didn't know how. I didn't want her to think I was spiraling. And maybe I was, but that didn't mean it wasn't real. That day, I asked Jamie if he could help me set up new cameras. He brought over a proper kit, ones with cloud backup and night vision, motion detection, the works. We installed one above the door, one facing the path, one inside near the kitchen. I paid for the whole year of service up front, just to be sure. I watched the feeds like they were TV. Nothing. For days. Then, one night, the outside camera picked something up. Not him, not directly. But the bin lid was open. We'd been using bungee cords to keep it shut, raccoons or foxes or whatever, but the cord was snapped, like someone had pulled it too hard. Inside, under the rubbish bags, was a piece of paper. Crumpled, damp, no envelope. It just said, "You locked it this time." No name. No handwriting I recognized. Just that sentence. I felt something in me go very still. Like a switch flipping. Like now it was a game, and I had no idea what the rules were. I started leaving lights on at all hours. Bought one of those fake TV lights that flashes behind the curtains to make it look like someone's awake. Kept the cameras on my second screen while I worked. Stopped answering the door unless I was expecting someone. He never tried anything big. No break-ins, no smashed windows, no shouting from the street. Just reminders. A note slipped through the letterbox. An open gate I knew I'd shut. Once, I came home, and the hallway smelled like aftershave, not mine, not Jamie's. Just faint enough to make me question if I imagined it. But I hadn't. I knew I hadn't. This wasn't about robbing me. It wasn't about scaring me, exactly. It was about being seen, about showing me he could still get close, even after I thought I was safe. That's when I realized something I hadn't let myself say out loud. He'd been in the flat more than once. Not just that night with the takeaway bag. Before that. After that. I didn't know how many times. And I didn't know if he was still coming back. I didn't tell anyone everything. I think part of me believed that if I said it all out loud, every note, every small shift, every weird little thing that kept happening, it would make it worse. Like acknowledging it fully would give it more power, more shape. Or maybe I just didn't want to hear someone say, "You're overthinking this." Because I wasn't. I know what it feels like when something is off. Not in a dramatic ghost story way. Not in a "I saw something in the mirror" way. Just a low, constant awareness that someone is near, watching, choosing to wait. That was the worst part, the waiting. He never did anything in a rush, never smashed his way in or left big threats. It was always quiet, always restrained, like he wanted to prove a point that he didn't have to be loud to get inside my head. And it worked. I started skipping work, told them I had the flu, stopped going to the shops unless someone came with me. Meg noticed, of course. She kept asking if I was okay, but I kept brushing it off. Just tired. Didn't sleep well. Work's been nuts. She believed me at first, or maybe she wanted to. It wasn't until the morning we found the deadbolt unlocked that she started to understand. She definitely locked it. We both had. We double-checked it every night like clockwork. But when we came downstairs that morning, it was just hanging open. Not broken, not damaged, just undone. Like someone had reached in, turned it, and walked away. I watched her face as she looked at it, Watched something change in her, this tiny flicker of doubt turning into fear. She didn't say anything right away, just locked it again and stared at the door like it might blink. Later that day, she brought it up. "You don't think Jamie?" I cut her off. "No, it's not him." She nodded slowly, but I could see she wasn't convinced. Not fully. How could she be? None of it made sense. No one saw anything. Nothing was ever caught on the cameras. Which is when I remembered the back one. The motion cam we'd installed at the garden side, near the bin shed. It only saved clips when it detected movement. I usually ignored the alerts. It picked up cats and wind-blown leaves half the time, but that morning I opened the log. There were no alerts for the past 2 nights. None. Not even one. Which meant someone had either walked right past it without setting it off, or turned it off altogether. I opened the live feed. Black screen. I went outside and checked it in person. The camera had been turned to face the wall. Not ripped down, not damaged. Just swiveled sideways out of view. I didn't even say anything when I came back in. I just sat on the sofa and stared at the floor, heart going too fast, trying not to cry. Meg sat next to me and said, "Okay, I believe you now." We stayed in that day, both of us, drew the curtains, turned on every light in the flat, didn't go near the back door, watched the hallway like it might try something. She asked if we should call the police again. I said no. What could we even report? A door left open? A camera turned slightly? A bunch of notes with no fingerprints? We'd done that already. They'd come, looked around, made sympathetic noises, and told us to stay vigilant. What else was there? That night, we made a plan. It wasn't dramatic. We weren't planning to catch him or confront him. We just wanted out. We moved out 3 weeks later. Meg found a place in Harborne, a little more expensive, but a lot newer. Big building, secure entry, full CCTV, outside and inside. A concierge who actually talks to you. I took the spare room. It wasn't even a conversation. She just said, "You're coming too," and that was that. I didn't argue. Packing up the old flat was strange. We didn't talk much while we did it. There was a tension in the air that none of us wanted to name. We boxed up our mugs and pans like any 2 people moving house, but everything was quieter. Even the sound of the tape gun felt too loud. The night before we left, I sat alone in my old bedroom for a while. Door locked. Light on. I looked around at the scuffed skirting boards, the tiny crack in the window frame, the wall where I'd once stuck all those postcards. It didn't feel like mine anymore. It hadn't for a while. I don't know how long I sat there before I got up and checked the hallway one last time. Nothing. No bag. No note. No shadow waiting behind the coat rack. I should have felt relieved, but all I felt was tired. We moved the next morning. 2 cars, 4 trips. Jamie helped. So did Meg's brother. Everything went smooth, like we were just moving on with our lives because we were. And for a while, things were fine. Quiet. Normal. That first night in the new flat, I slept through the night for the first time in over a month. No wedge under the door, no noise machine, just silence and a locked door I trusted. Weeks passed, then months. Nothing strange. No vans, no notes, no open doors or turned cameras. It was like we'd left it all behind with the old postcode. I started going out again, got back into work, started talking to people properly, stopped watching the CCTV feed every night like it was some kind of horror film. Eventually, I even started laughing again. Meg and I threw a small housewarming party. Nothing wild, just pizza, some of her unimates, a bit of music. I didn't realize how much I'd missed that people, voices, life that didn't feel like it was hiding from something. Someone asked me that night why we moved. I just said, needed better security. They nodded, no follow-up. And that was that. But here's the part no one talks about. Even after it stops, it doesn't really stop. Not in your head. You still check the rear-view mirror a little more often than you used to. You still glance out your peephole before unlocking the door, even in the middle of the day. You still wake up sometimes for no reason, heart already racing, certain you heard a noise that probably wasn't there. That doesn't just go away. I don't think it ever will. I never figured out who he was, never saw the van again, never got another note. He just stopped, and I've gone over that 1,000 times in my head, why it ended, why it didn't escalate, why it began in the first place. I don't have an answer. Maybe I was just the target of opportunity that night. Maybe I looked tired, distracted, alone. Maybe he was just the kind of person who enjoyed watching people fall apart a little bit at a time. Not with knives or violence. Just silence. Just presence. I threw out all the notes before we moved. Every last one. Even the one that said, "Thanks for not making me wait long." I stood at the wheelie bin and burned them with a lighter, one by one. Watched the paper curl and blacken and turn into flakes that disappeared in the wind. It didn't feel cathartic. It just felt like the right thing to do. Meg asked me once, months later, when we were both a bit drunk on a Friday night and watching a terrible film, "Do you think he's still out there?" I didn't answer right away. Then I said, "Yeah," not to scare her, just because I believe it. People like that don't vanish. They find someone else, somewhere else, another petrol station, another unlocked door, another tired woman who just wanted to get home. But not me, not anymore. I'm not scared of him exactly. I just know better now. I still keep a door wedge in my bag, still have a camera app on my phone, still check the locks twice before bed. Call it trauma, call it paranoia, call it caution, whatever it is, it's part of me now. And honestly, I'm okay with that. Because there's one last thing I haven't told you. Not because I forgot, just because I didn't know how to say it until now. That first night back at the BP station when he looked up from his phone and stared at me, I knew. I don't mean I recognized him. I didn't. I'd never seen him before. No big moment, no scream of instinct. It was smaller than that. Just a flicker. Like my body understood something my brain hadn't caught up with yet. That's what I think about now more than anything else. How many other people have felt that flicker and ignored it? How many other doors got left unlocked? How many other bags were left behind? I don't know. But I got out. I got away. And I never let myself forget what that cost. The sun was just starting to slide down behind the trees when I pulled into the gas station. One of those old, half-forgotten places off Route 19, with cracked pavement, a flickering sign that barely lit the overhang, and a store that looked like it hadn't changed since the late 80s. The kind of place that sells cold sandwiches wrapped in cellophane and coffee that tastes like it's been burned into the pot. I wasn't in a rush, just needed to top off the tank and grab something to keep me awake for the last leg of the drive. It was quiet, no other cars at the pumps, no music playing over the speakers, just the click of the pump handle and the low hum of bugs coming to life in the dusk. I was halfway through fueling when I saw her. She came around from the side of the building, slow and hesitant. A teenage girl, maybe 16, maybe a little younger. She looked wrong, not injured, not messy, just off. Her clothes were clean, but her hair was damp like she'd just washed it in a sink. Her arms were crossed tight over her stomach like she was trying to hold something in. She didn't look at me at first, just stood a few feet away, shoes half off her heels, toes pointed slightly inward like she was unsure she was even supposed to be here. Then she looked up. Her eyes were too wide, unblinking, like she hadn't slept in days. I didn't say anything, just paused with one hand still on the pump, waiting. She stepped closer, barely a whisper of sound from her feet on the concrete. Her voice, when it came, was too low for anyone else to hear. "Can you give me a ride?" It came out shaky, almost too soft to understand. She looked over her shoulder quickly, then leaned in slightly. "Please, don't tell them." My first instinct was confusion. Them. I opened my mouth to ask what she meant. Then the door to the gas station swung open. Two men stepped out, matching uniforms, dark blue with badges over the chest, private security maybe, or some kind of station-branded rent-a-cop setup. I don't know. They looked official enough at a glance, but their shirts were too clean, and their boots didn't have a speck of dust on them. The girl straightened immediately, took a step back, eyes down. She didn't run, didn't protest, just turned and walked slowly, calmly, back toward the store. The taller man gave a little wave, smile wide but empty, the kind you give a stranger you're trying to reassure. The other one nodded once, eyes skimming over me and landing on the pump. Then the girl. Then me again. I gave a nod back, reflex. They followed her inside without a word. I finished fueling and stood there for a long moment with my hand still on the pump, even after the nozzle clicked. It was probably nothing, some misunderstanding, a runaway with a guilty conscience, a kid trying to scare someone for fun. But I didn't believe that. Something in the way she moved, the way she folded into herself when they walked out, that kind of fear doesn't come from nowhere. Inside the store, the lights were too bright, cold humming fluorescents buzzing overhead. The girl was nowhere to be seen. One of the men stood behind the counter now, fiddling with something below the register. The other leaned casually against a rack of chips. I grabbed a bottle of water and a pack of gum without really thinking about it, and when I walked up to pay, the man behind the counter smiled. Said something about the heat. His badge said, Hollis. The other guy was Ray. I nodded, said something generic about long drives, and tapped my card. The machine was slow. I glanced around, hoping to catch a glimpse of the girl. There was a back hallway behind the drink coolers, with a restroom sign above it. The door was closed. Ray followed my gaze. "Bathroom's out of order," he said. I nodded again. Hollis handed me my receipt and wished me a good night. I walked back to my car with that crawling sensation in my shoulders, the kind you get when you realize you're being watched just a little too closely, but can't prove it. Once I was back on the road, the silence felt heavier, like it had settled into the car with me. I drove for another hour before pulling off at a motel. I couldn't shake the feeling, even after a shower, even after flipping through late-night channels just to fill the room with sound. I remembered I had the dash cam running. I almost didn't check it, felt pointless. But curiosity is a strange thing. It nudges you, even when you're sure nothing new will come of it. I loaded the footage on my laptop and scrubbed through. There she was, walking up slowly, clothes clinging slightly to her frame like they hadn't dried all the way. I turned up the volume. "Can you give me a ride?" A little louder than I remembered. Her voice shook at the edges. "Please, don't tell them." Then the part I hadn't heard. As she stepped back and the men came into frame, she said it fast, barely audible over the hum of the pump and the wind in the mic. "They're not really cops. Don't believe them." Then nothing, just her turning and walking away, just their smiles. I played it again, and again, and again. Each time her voice sounded a little clearer, not in volume, just in conviction. "Not really cops. Don't believe them." She said it with the kind of certainty people don't fake. I sat there for a long time, laptop open, room silent except for the buzz of the fridge. It didn't feel like a prank. Didn't feel like a kid acting out. It felt like something else. Something I'd stumbled into by accident halfway through a road trip, and I wasn't sure if I was meant to leave it behind. The next morning, I couldn't stop thinking about what she'd said. I didn't sleep much, maybe a few hours, restless and shallow, waking at every noise in the motel hallway. I'd hear footsteps or a door shutting somewhere, and half expect to look up and see one of those men from the gas station standing outside my window. It was stupid, irrational, but I couldn't shake it. I got back in the car around 8, drove for an hour with the radio off. Every time I glanced in the rearview mirror, I thought I saw a white SUV a few cars back, keeping pace with me. Probably nothing. 100 people drive white SUVs, but I kept checking. At a rest stop just past the county line, I pulled into a corner spot and watched traffic come and go. It was quiet, mostly truckers and older couples. I parked, leaned back in the seat, and went through the dashcam footage again. The same moment played back, over and over her voice, soft and urgent, asking for help, saying those men weren't really who they claimed to be, saying not to believe them. I listened carefully, trying to pick apart every word, every sound in the background. I slowed it down, adjusted the levels. Nothing else jumped out. Just her words and the mechanical whir of the pump behind us. But something about the way she said it, the quick glance over her shoulder, the way she dropped her voice just before they appeared, it felt practiced. Not rehearsed, but like she'd done it before. Tried it before. Maybe with someone else. That idea stuck with me. Because if she'd asked before and she was still there, then it meant no one had helped. Or worse, someone had tried, and that's why she was still there. I opened my laptop and pulled up a search engine, typing in the name of the gas station printed on the receipt from the night before. Hollow Pines Fuel Go, just outside a place called Baxter. Nothing unusual on the first page. Address, phone number, one blurry street view photo from 5 years ago. A couple of reviews, mostly bad coffee complaints and price gripes. One mentioned weird hours. Another said the bathrooms were always locked. I searched the name of the town. Baxter, Georgia. Population under 2,000. A handful of local businesses. No official website. No local newspaper. It was the kind of place that sits just off the edge of a real map technically there, but only barely. I dug a little deeper, searched for missing persons near the area. A few names came up, scattered over the last 10 years. One stood out, a girl named Mallory Denton, reported missing 4 years ago, 16 years old at the time. Last seen outside a small gas station off Route 19. There was a photo. I stared at it longer than I meant to. It wasn't conclusive, most grainy school photos aren't, but the eyes caught me. Same wide, haunted look. Same dark hair pulled back too tight. I couldn't be sure, but I couldn't ignore it either. A bad idea started forming in my head, the kind that scratches at the inside of your skull until you either do something about it or go a little crazy trying not to. I needed to go back. Not to confront anyone, not yet, just to see, to confirm something for myself. I told myself I'd only drive by. Just pass through, no stopping. A loop around the station, a glance at the door, and I'd be gone. Back on the road, back to real life. It was early afternoon when I got close. The road dipped and curved through a dense patch of trees, then opened up suddenly. There it was, the same crooked sign, the same sun-faded banner advertising a soda deal that had probably expired 2 years ago. One car at the pump this time, a blue pickup, old and rusted. No sign of the men, no sign of the girl. I drove past slowly, pretending to check directions on my phone. My eyes scanned the lot. The front door of the store was closed. One of the windows had a handwritten sign taped to it. Restroom out of order. I kept going. A half-mile down, I turned off onto a side road that curved behind the woods, pulled off into the gravel shoulder and sat there for a while. I wasn't sure what I was doing, trying to reason with myself, trying to build a case for why this wasn't my problem. She didn't even ask again, I thought. She walked away. She followed them. She chose to go back inside. But I didn't believe that. No one asks for help like that unless they've tried everything else. I waited another 30 minutes, then turned back. drove around the opposite side of the block and parked where I could see the rear of the station through a break in the trees. It was almost silent out here, the occasional drone of insects, distant traffic, a dog barking far off, no movement around the store, no rear entrance, just a loading door that looked sealed shut with rust. I started the car again, rolled back toward the main road, and passed by once more. This time, I noticed something in the window. A board with paper slips pinned to it, flyers, maybe ads, maybe something else. I couldn't be sure, but one of them looked like a missing poster. I slowed, just for a second, just enough to glance. The image was too small to make out from the road. But the paper looked aged, not new. Not something a place like this would normally bother keeping up. I didn't stop. I kept driving. An hour later, I checked the footage again. Played the girl's voice in my head until I could hear it without the audio. They're not really cops. Don't believe them. I tried to tell myself I'd done enough, that I'd looked, that I'd confirmed it was strange, yes, but not illegal, not something I could act on without more than a whisper and a bad feeling. But it didn't stick, because I knew I was already in it now, just by hearing her, just by not turning away. I got back to the gas station the next morning a little after 9. The place looked the same as always, same tired sign, same peeling paint, same flicker in the open light above the door. There was a different car at the pump this time, but otherwise, it could have been any morning in the past 20 years. I didn't go inside right away. I sat in the car and watched. It was quiet, the kind of quiet that feels intentional, like the world is holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I saw movement in the back window of the store, a quick shape. It could have been anyone, Hollis, Ray, the girl. I got out and walked to the side of the building, acting like I was just stretching my legs. There was a narrow alley between the store and the neighboring lot. I followed it. Trash bins lined one side, stacked pallets on the other, a back door locked and a small barred window too high to see through. A soft noise caught my attention, metal scraping lightly against metal. I paused, held my breath, nothing else. Just the hum of the ice machine around the corner and the slow creak of a plastic sign in the wind. I knocked once on the back door, not loud, just enough. Nothing. No footsteps, no reaction. Back in the car, I told myself this was a waste of time, that I had no plan, no reason to be here. But I couldn't drive away, not yet. So I waited. At 10:30, Hollis came out to sweep the front walkway. He didn't notice me until I stepped out of the car. "Back again," he said without much enthusiasm. I gave a half smile, still on the road. He leaned on the broom. "You get lost or something?" "Just thinking about that girl." He didn't answer right away, just looked at me for a long second before saying, "You're not the first person she's talked to. Others stopped to help. Some tried, most just drove off. She's got this way of pulling people in, makes you think something's wrong." "Isn't there?" Hollis shrugged. "Depends who you ask." "She's still around?" "Not right now. Her uncle picked her up." She told me you weren't real cops. That made him laugh again. Same tight, dismissive bark as before. She doesn't know what she's saying. What about Ray? He work here today. Day off. I let the silence stretch between us. His hand tightened on the broom handle just a little. She say anything else to you? He asked. I shook my head. Not really. Best to let it go, he said. She likes attention, that's all. I nodded like I understood. Then I bought a soda I didn't want, used the receipt to prove I'd been there, and left. Out on the road again, I checked the rear view more than usual. No white SUV, no blue pickup. But the feeling was still there, like I wasn't alone. Like something had been set in motion, and even though I couldn't see it, it was starting to catch up. I went back to the library. The same woman was behind the desk, wearing the same sweater and the same reading glasses. She looked up with a smile that faltered when she saw me. "You're back," she said, not quite a question. "I have a few more things I'm hoping to check." She led me back to the archive room again without asking for details. This time, I searched everything I could on Hollow Pines Fuel Go. Not much came up. A few mentions in the local business section. One article about a failed permit inspection from years ago. Another about a robbery, but it was brief and vague, no suspects named. Then I searched Ray and Hollis. I didn't know their last names, but I tried every combination I could think of Hollis security, Ray Baxter, Hollow Pines uniform staff. Still nothing. I tried Mallory Denton again, but there were no updates, no new sightings, no additional photos. Just that one grainy image and the same dry sentence. Last seen outside Hollow Pines Fuel Go. Back at the front desk, I asked the librarian if she knew the Denton family. Her mouth tightened. They moved a few years ago. "Do you know where?" "No, sorry," but her voice didn't sound sorry. "Did she go to school here?" She nodded. Baxter High, quiet girl, smart. "Was it a big deal when she went missing?" She glanced toward the back room, as if to make sure no one else was listening. It was at first, but around here, things fade fast. People move on. "Just like that?" Her eyes softened. "There are some things folks don't want to talk about." That night, I checked into a different motel, farther from town. I pulled the car around back, parked under a burned-out light, and backed up the dashcam files to my laptop. Then I did something I hadn't planned on. I emailed the audio clip, the part where Mallory speaks to a contact I hadn't spoken to in years, a friend from college who worked freelance cybersecurity now. She owed me a favor. I just wrote, "Need help identifying voices in this audio, especially the girl. Not urgent, but soon." I didn't tell her what it was or where it came from. Didn't say I'd heard the girl speak myself. Didn't say I thought she might still be alive. The next morning, I woke up to her reply. All it said was, "This is recent, because if so, you might be right." And below that, a name. Mallory Denton, Baxter, GA, still listed as missing, still flagged active. That voice is a match. The message stayed on my screen for a long time before I could bring myself to read it again. I don't know what I expected her to say, maybe something vague, inconclusive, but not confirmation. Not that. Not someone else verifying the voice, confirming what I already knew deep down. The girl was Mallory Denton, still missing, still listed as active. And I'd seen her, heard her, less than 48 hours ago. I stared at the blinking cursor beneath her email. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, but I didn't know what to write back. What was I supposed to say? That I'd found her but done nothing. That I was sitting in a cheap motel with a growing stack of unease and no plan. Instead of replying, I closed the laptop and stared at the ceiling for a while. I was in it now, whether I wanted to be or not. That afternoon, I drove back toward Baxter, but I didn't go to the gas station. I parked near the diner a few blocks away. It looked abandoned from the outside, but a neon open sign buzzed faintly in the window. Inside, 2 people sat in a booth drinking coffee. One older man, one woman with a tired ponytail, and an even more tired smile. They both looked up when I walked in. The place smelled like burnt toast and old grease. I ordered a cup of coffee and sat at the counter, keeping my back to the door. The waitress came over. Her name Tag, said Cheryl. "You're not from around here," she said. I gave a half shrug. "Just passing through." "You've passed through a couple times now." I didn't reply right away. After a moment I asked, "That girl on the flyer at the gas station, Mallory, you know anything about her?" Cheryl went still, just slightly. Her hand hovered over the sugar jar. "Why are you asking?" "She talked to me a couple nights ago." That got the attention of the guy in the booth. He didn't turn around, but I saw his posture shift. "She asked for help," I said. Said not to believe the guys at the station. Cheryl glanced toward the window. "You should be careful what you repeat around here." "I'm not looking for trouble." "Trouble doesn't care what you're looking for." I sipped the coffee. It tasted like burnt paper. "She alive?" I asked. Cheryl didn't answer for a long time. Finally, she said, "She used to come in here, long time ago. Quiet girl, didn't talk much, but she always left a tip. One day she stopped showing up, then the flyers went up." "You believe she's still around?" "I believe there are things people don't like talking about. People like Hollis and Ray." She flinched a little at the names. "I don't know what goes on over there," she said. "I don't want to know." The man in the booth stood up then, dropped a couple of bills on the table, and walked out without saying a word. I left a tip for the coffee and followed soon after. In the parking lot, I checked around the corner before heading back to my car. Nothing, no movement, just a crow on a telephone wire watching like it knew more than I did. That evening, I parked farther from town, just off an old dirt road. I sat in the car for an hour, windows cracked, engine off. I kept thinking about the girl's voice. "They're not really cops. Don't believe them." That line looped in my head over and over like a stuck record. And then I did something I didn't plan. I pulled out my laptop and made a copy of the dashcam footage onto a fresh USB stick. Then I made 2 more. One went into the glove box, one into my coat pocket. The third I tucked into the motel Bible in the nightstand drawer. Insurance. Just in case. The next morning, I parked behind the hardware store next to the gas station. There was a narrow alley that ran between the buildings. I waited until a delivery truck pulled in and blocked the view from the street, then walked toward the back door of the station. Same locked door, same stacked pallets. But this time, I noticed something I hadn't before. Scratches on the wall, faint, like someone had run their nails down it in frustration or fear. I knocked once. Nothing. I tried again, harder. Still nothing. Then a voice soft, right behind the door. "Who is it?" It was her, Mallory. I kept my voice low. "I saw you 2 nights ago. You asked me for help." Silence. "I believe you," I said. "I don't know what's going on, but I want to help." Another long pause. "They don't let me leave," she said. "Not really. They say I can, but I know they're lying." "Who are they?" "They're not cops. They wear the uniforms, but they're not real. I don't know who they are. I think they used to work here, but now it's different." I glanced toward the alley entrance. Still clear. "Why are you here? Why stay?" "They watch everything. If I run, they say they'll tell people I made it up, that I'm just a runaway, that I stole from them. I don't even know if they can be caught." "I have proof," I told her. "Footage, audio. I can give it to someone." Another pause, then quieter. "I've tried that before. You're not alone anymore." Footsteps. Fast, from inside. "Go," she whispered. "They're coming." I turned and slipped back around the building, heart hammering. Back in the car, I drove without thinking, zigzagging through side streets until I was back near the motel. I didn't go in, just sat in the lot and let the weight of what just happened sink in. Mallory was still there, still trapped, still scared. And I was the first person who had proof she ever reached out. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her face behind that door. Mallory. Her voice was still in my ears, soft but scared. She was real. She was there. And I knew, with a kind of cold certainty, that if I didn't do something soon, she wouldn't be for much longer. I stared at the ceiling until the light outside turned from orange to blue. Then I made coffee in the motel room, the kind that comes in a pouch and tastes like burnt plastic, and sat with my laptop open in front of me. I played the dashcam clip again, watched the moment where she stepped into frame, leaned toward the car, and whispered what I now knew was more than just fear, it was truth. "They're not really cops. Don't believe them." I tried to think logically. Mallory was missing, still officially flagged as such. The men at the station were posing as law enforcement, maybe ex-security. There was video, there was audio. I had her voice, and now I had a second encounter, recorded my conversation with her through the door, captured with a discreet voice memo app running in my pocket. I had proof. What I didn't have was trust in the system that should be handling this. If I went to the local sheriff's office, who would they believe? A stranger with shaky recordings and a gut feeling. Or the two locals who'd been running that station for who knows how long, men with matching uniforms and blank smiles. I pulled out my phone and stared at the contact list. There was one name I hadn't thought about in years. A guy I used to know from college, Chris Summers. He'd done a short stint in private investigations before moving into journalism. We weren't close anymore, but I remembered enough to know he didn't like letting things go when they smelled wrong. I hit call. It rang longer than it should have. Just when I thought it would go to voicemail, he picked up. "Yeah?" "It's me," I said. "Listen, I need a favor." "What kind of favor?" "The kind where someone might be pretending to be dead, or disappeared, or both, and there's a gas station involved." He didn't answer for a second. "Where are you?" "Georgia, near a place called Baxter." He sighed. "Of course you are. All right, start from the top." I gave him the summary. Mallory, the audio, the uniforms, the locked door. I tried to keep it short, but once I started, I couldn't stop. Chris didn't interrupt. When I finished, he was quiet for a moment. "That's a lot," he said. "I know." "You still have the footage?" "I've got multiple copies." "Good. Don't trust the cloud. Don't trust email. Print it if you can. Thumb drives. Mail one to yourself." I already did. Another pause. "I'll be there in 12 hours. "You're coming here?" "Hell yes, I'm coming there. If this is real, it's big. But you can't do anything until I get there. Don't confront them. Don't go back to the station. Don't try to talk to the girl again. I don't think she can wait much longer." "And I get that," he said, voice tight. "But if you disappear next, then no one can help her. Don't be a hero. Be a witness." I hung up and sat there for a while, feeling like the ground had started to shift under me. I spent the next hour driving back roads, just to see if anyone was following me. I didn't see any signs, but that didn't settle me. It just made the silence heavier. Around noon, I parked across from the station again. This time I stayed in the car, watching from a distance. Hollis was outside, pretending to wipe the pumps down with a rag that was already dirty. Ray came out a few minutes later, carrying a box of snacks from the back. No sign of Mallory. No sign of anything out of place, at least. Not if you didn't know where to look. They talked like everything was normal, smiled at customers, sold coffee and gum. On the surface, it was just another roadside pit stop. But I saw the way they kept glancing toward the back of the building. At one point, a delivery driver pulled in. They met him outside. No one else went in or out during the drop. When the driver left, they locked the store door behind him, just for a moment. I watched Ray slip a key back into his pocket as they reopened. Control. They had complete control. That night, I printed copies of the missing flyer with Mallory's face and the date she was last seen. I pinned one to the bulletin board at the diner, the library, and on the inside of the motel lobby door. It was probably stupid. but I wanted her to see it, to know someone still cared. I didn't sleep that night either. At 2 a.m., I heard a car slow down outside my room. I didn't move. Lights passed across the ceiling, then silence. The car drove on. But the chill in the air didn't leave. Around 5, I packed everything I had into one small duffel and checked out of the motel. I drove to a different one, a few towns over, and waited in the lobby until I could check in. Used a different card this time, different name, just in case. Chris arrived just after lunch. He looked older than I remembered, hair a little thinner, shoulders a little heavier, but the moment he saw me, he was locked in. "You weren't kidding," he said. "I never do." We spent the next 3 hours going through everything: footage, audio, the photos I'd taken of the station, the notes I'd written after each visit, the flyers. Chris took it all in. At one point, he leaned back in his chair and muttered, "This is organized." "You think it's just them?" "No," he said. "I think it starts with them. But if this girl's been missing for years and no one's come looking, that means someone higher up is keeping it that way. So what do we do?" He looked me in the eye. "We hit it. One shot. We go back. We get her. And we bring it straight to someone who can't ignore it." "You mean the cops?" "I mean the press." We went back the next day just after 3 in the afternoon. Chris wanted daylight, said it was better for optics if we ended up needing to talk to someone official. Cameras don't lie, but people do, and people always feel bolder when it's dark. Daylight made it harder to pretend nothing was happening. He had gear better than mine: 2 body cams, small enough to clip behind a shirt button, 1 backup recorder on his belt, a second phone running a live feed to a locked folder. He worked methodically, like he'd done this before. He probably had. We didn't say much on the drive over, just ran over the plan again. I'd go around the back like before, knock once. Chris would hang back, watch from the lot, and follow if anything changed. It was hot again, sun beating down on the metal roof of the car, making everything feel slower, heavier. Hollis was behind the counter when we walked in. He looked up, and his smile didn't even flicker. "You boys need something?" Chris was already recording. I picked up a soda from the fridge, just like last time. "We're looking for someone," I said. "Mallory Denton." The smile dropped. "Don't know her." "She was here. We both saw her. She asked for help." "You've got the wrong place." Chris stepped forward. "You know she's listed as missing, right? Active case. You've got her flyer pinned up by the door." "That's old," Hollis said. "No one took it down." "Convenient." Hollis stepped around the counter slowly. "You want to leave now?" Chris didn't move. "No." That's when the back door opened. Ray stepped in, still wearing the same dark blue shirt, but now his sleeves were rolled up. He looked tired, or maybe just annoyed. "I'd go," he said. "We want to talk to the girl," I said. "There's no girl here." Chris reached into his pocket and pulled out the USB. "This has your faces, her voice, you telling people not to worry. You've been holding her here." Ray shook his head slowly. You don't know what you're doing. Maybe not, Chris said, but someone will. They both looked at each other, just a flicker of communication, a second of decision-making. And then something changed. Ray stepped aside. She's out back, he said. Go get her. I didn't wait. I pushed past him and through the door into the back hallway. It was narrow and dim, just a cracked floor and a faint smell of mildew. Mallory was there, sitting on a bench by the storage room. She looked up when I came in. Her eyes were the same wide, cautious, but something had shifted. She didn't look afraid. She looked ready. They said you came back, she said. I nodded. We're getting you out of here. Chris came in behind me. He didn't say anything, just handed her a hoodie and a pair of sunglasses from his bag. She put them on without question. Out front, Hollis didn't stop us. Neither did Ray. We walked out the door like we were picking someone up from a shift. Once we were in the car and halfway down the road, Mallory finally spoke again. They didn't hurt me, she said. But they didn't let me go either. Not really. You don't have to explain, I said. I stayed because they told me no one was looking, that I was better off just staying quiet. Chris glanced back at her. You're not invisible, not anymore. She didn't cry. She didn't thank us. She just looked out the window and didn't speak for the next hour. Chris made some calls, not the police, not yet. He had a contact at a national outlet, someone who specialized in missing persons, especially ones with holes in the official story. By the time we reached the next town, the audio files, dashcam footage, and body cam video were already backed up in 3 places and sitting in the inbox of someone who had the power to put it all in front of the right eyes. We booked 2 rooms, one for Chris and me, one for Mallory. She kept the door cracked between them and left the TV on all night, not for noise, just the light. The next morning, Chris's contact called, said they were putting a story together, wanted to talk to Mallory. He told them not yet, that she needed space. We spent 2 days in that motel, ate takeout, watched bad cable, sat in silence a lot. She told us pieces, slowly. She'd run away once, years ago, after a fight at home. Ended up at the gas station by chance. Ray was working there then. Said he knew someone who could help. Took her in, said he'd drive her to a shelter. Instead, he kept her in the back room for a night, then another. Said it was safer that way. Said he was protecting her. Said if she left, the cops would think she was a thief. It never got violent. That's what she repeated, like she wanted it to matter. But it was still a cage, just without bars. After a while, she stopped asking. A few people saw her over the years, she said. Truckers, travelers, a couple who passed through. She asked for help, but each time they'd smile and step in before she could say too much. Say she was confused, say she was their niece, their worker, their problem. She started to believe it. Until I stopped. And listened. 3 days later, we drove her to a safe house Chris knew. Somewhere out of state, somewhere quiet. We didn't ask for details, didn't press. Before we dropped her off, she turned to me and said, "I didn't think anyone would come back." "I didn't think I would either," I said. She nodded, got out, walked up the front steps without looking back. Chris and I drove home in silence. The story ran the following week. Mallory's photo was everywhere. The audio, the footage, the flyer, everything. A public record, finally. The gas station shut down. Hollis and Ray disappeared before anyone could serve them. An investigation opened, but I don't know how far it went. Some things slipped through the cracks, but her name won't anymore. Every now and then, I check the online updates. Mallory hasn't resurfaced. She has a new name now, I think. A New Life. The footage still lives on my laptop. I don't watch it anymore. Not because I'm trying to forget. Because I don't need to. It happened. She asked for help, and someone listened. This time, that was enough. I almost didn't take the job, to be honest. Not for any big reason, I was just tired, and I'd had a weird week. School was annoying. I had cramps, and my mom was on my ass about college apps again. But Mrs. Fairchild texted around 3 that afternoon asking if I could cover for her usual sitter who had the flu or something. It was just one baby, 5 hours tops, and I'd already promised I'd help out if she ever needed someone last minute. I said yes before I could really think about it, just typed, "Sure," and hit send. The house was in Ravenswood, kind of a quiet, older neighborhood near where my aunt lives. Brick houses, lots of trees, weird little lawn statues. I got there at 6:45. It was already dark out. Mrs. Fairchild answered in that rushed, flustered mom way, one earring in, trying to get the other one on, while also zipping her coat and holding her toddler on one hip. She handed me the diaper bag and a bottle before I could even say hi. "Oh, thank you, you're a lifesaver. Sam just needs to be put down by 8 bottle, then crib. If he cries, give it a minute. He usually settles. Emergency numbers are on the fridge. The landline works, by the way, just in case your phone dies. We should be back before 2. I nodded, said it was no problem. She left smelling like perfume and stress. The house was nice, clean in a way that didn't feel lived in, beige everything. The TV remote was one of those fancy universal ones with 20 buttons, and the couch was one of those deep ones that swallow you whole. I remember thinking, rich people couches always do this. Sam was easy. He kind of blinked at me like, "Who the hell are you?" but didn't cry. I gave him the bottle, rocked him a bit, then put him in his crib upstairs. He rolled over and passed out within minutes. It was kind of eerie how quiet it got. After that, I went back downstairs, made a cup of peppermint tea, they had like 12 kinds, and started scrolling on my phone. I sat on the corner of the couch so I could see the baby monitor and also the front door, not because I was nervous. It just felt better that way. I didn't even notice the blinking light on the landline base until around 10. You know how some houses still have those cordless phones with the little digital display? This one sat next to the microwave, red light blinking, one missed call. I didn't think anything of it. Figured maybe Mrs. Fairchild called to check in but changed her mind. I hit the recent calls button. The missed call was from their own number. I literally laughed out loud, like, okay, sure, spooky ghost call. Probably just a glitch. Maybe the system pinged itself or something. I'm not a tech person. Still, I deleted the notification. It bugged me, the blinking. Then I settled back into the couch, half watching a movie I didn't care about. I think it was one of those cheesy rom-coms with fake New York apartments and people falling in love over bagels. Around midnight, I started dozing. You know that half sleep where your phone drops on your chest and wakes you up? That was me. I should have gone upstairs to the guest room, but I didn't want to leave the monitor out of sight. The screen was tiny, black and white, and had this slow 1 frame per second delay. Everything was quiet. Until 1:13. I remember the time exactly because the landline rang, and it scared the absolute shit out of me. It was loud, one of those old school rings that sounds like an alarm bell. I jumped, almost knocked my tea over, and stared at it for a second, trying to decide if I should answer. My heart was going fast for no reason. The screen said the same thing, incoming call home. That gave me pause, like, what? It was the house number again. I picked it up. At first it was just quiet. Not dead air, more like someone was holding the phone but not talking. There was that weird, low hum you only hear on real landlines. I said, "Hello?" Silence. I said it again. "Hello? Is someone there?" And then I swear to God this happened, someone whispered, right into the receiver. "Why are you in my chair?" Just like that. Calm. Like they already knew me. Or like they were sitting across the room and didn't want to wake someone up. I hung up. I didn't even respond. My hands were shaking a little and I kept looking around like, okay, what the hell? Is someone messing with me? But I hadn't heard any doors, nothing on the monitor. No movement. Then I thought the monitor. I grabbed it and looked. Sam was still in the crib, curled up with his blanket, totally fine. But in the corner of the screen, just barely in frame, was the living room. And there was a chair. An armchair I hadn't really noticed before, in the far side of the room near the bookshelves. There was someone sitting in it. I don't know how to explain this. The figure was tall, not like cartoonishly tall, just wrong for the chair. Knees bent too high, arms resting weird. They were facing away from the monitor, so all I could see was the back of their head and shoulders. They weren't moving. I stared for a full 30 seconds, just trying to make sense of it. My first thought was maybe it's a jacket or something, maybe something piled weird in the chair. I tapped the monitor. I stood up and turned toward the chair in real life. Empty. No one there. But when I looked back at the monitor, they were still sitting in it. Facing away, perfectly still. And that's when I started to feel it in my body, like my skin didn't fit right, like I shouldn't be in this house at all. I backed into the kitchen without taking my eyes off the monitor. My legs felt weird, like they were buzzing. I didn't even have a plan, just moved. Then the landline rang again. Same number. Same screen. Home. I didn't pick up that time. I just watched the phone ring and ring while that figure sat in the chair, unmoving, on a screen that said everything was fine. I didn't answer the second call. I just stood there in the kitchen like an idiot, breathing through my nose and trying not to throw up. The monitor was still in my hand. That grainy little screen showed the same thing, the baby asleep upstairs, and that figure still in the chair, not moving, not doing anything. Just sitting there, facing the back of the room like this was their house, not mine. No, not mine, not even my house. That thought hit me like a slap. I didn't live here. I didn't know this house. I didn't know the layout beyond the 2 rooms I'd been in. I didn't even know if they had an alarm system or a basement. I didn't know if that chair was supposed to be empty. I hadn't paid attention earlier. I didn't know anything. And I sure as hell didn't know who could have been calling from inside the house. The landline finally stopped ringing. It was weirdly loud when the silence came back. I could hear the fridge humming and the clock ticking above the microwave and my own heartbeat behind my ears. I looked at the screen again, still there, still in the chair. I don't know why I didn't call the police right then. I should have, but my brain was doing that thing where it tries to protect you by pretending things make sense. Like maybe it was a weird shadow. Maybe there was a delay or a glitch or God, I don't even know. I opened the Find My iPhone app and shared my location with my best friend, just in case. I didn't text her or anything. I figured if I went missing, at least someone would have a head start. Then I slowly crept toward the living room. I stayed close to the wall, keeping the monitor angled in front of me. It was such a bizarre feeling knowing I was looking into the room on screen while also being in it, like I was seeing 2 versions at once. One empty, one not. I took 3 steps into the living room. The chair was empty. I don't mean like now it looked empty. I mean it was literally empty. Nothing in it. Just a plain, high-backed armchair with a throw blanket over one side. The monitor still showed the figure, but I was staring at the chair in real life, and it was not there. I felt dizzy. That's the best word I've got. Like my sense of balance went off. Like the world had tilted a little, just enough to make me question if I was awake. I backed out, fast. Ran upstairs, 2 steps at a time. Sam was still asleep. The nursery smelled like baby powder and something faintly sweet, maybe that lavender lotion moms always use. I stood there for a minute, just watching his chest rise and fall, like if I could confirm he was okay, then I could be okay too. But the monitor still showed the chair, still showed the thing in it. That's when I finally texted someone, my friend Kenzie. I typed, "I'm babysitting. Something's off. Can I call?" No reply. I checked the time, 1:23 in the morning. I sat on the edge of the guest bed, holding the monitor like it was a weapon. I kept waiting for it to go back to normal, for the figure to disappear or turn or move. It didn't. 10 minutes passed. 15. Then I heard a sound that made my blood go cold. No, sorry, not doing that. Let me try again. I heard a sound that made my body react before my brain did. Like all my muscles tensed at once. My ears rang. I felt pressure in my throat. It was breathing. Not mine, not the baby's. It was coming from the baby monitor speaker. Just this low, raspy inhale and exhale, like someone was standing right next to the mic, not talking, not sighing, just breathing. I muted it instantly. I don't even remember doing it, my thumb just moved on its own. I pressed the volume all the way down until it clicked. And that's when the monitor screen cut to static. Like full white noise fuzz, the kind you see in old horror movies. I actually said out loud, "Are you fucking kidding me?" Then swear on my life it blinked back on. And the chair was empty. I stared at it for a long time, trying to tell if anything had changed. The baby was still asleep. Everything looked the same, but I was shaking now, my whole body. I could feel sweat on the back of my neck. I decided I wasn't staying in that room. I picked up Sam real careful, trying not to wake him, and took him downstairs. The living room was still empty, or looked like it. I didn't check the chair again. I set him down in the playpen by the kitchen and pulled my phone out. That's when I noticed I had no service. 0 bars, not even Wi-Fi. That freaked me out more than anything so far, because I'd had full bars earlier. I'd been on TikTok, I'd texted Kenzie, and now it just said no service, like I'd stepped into some kind of dead zone. I tried restarting my phone. Nothing. I picked up the landline. It was still on, still had a dial tone. But as I held it, I noticed something. There was a call in progress. I hadn't made any calls. I put it to my ear. Breathing. Not labored, not frantic, just slow, steady, close. I hung up. My hands were sweating so bad I could barely hold the receiver. I went to the front door. Still locked, chain on, deadbolt secure. Kitchen windows? Locked. Back door? Locked. I tried telling myself it had to be a technical issue, like maybe the line got crossed with another house. Maybe there was a neighbor on the same frequency. Is that even a thing? I don't know. I was trying so hard to be rational and it wasn't working. I picked up Sam again. He stirred a little but didn't wake up. I sat on the floor next to the fridge, with my back against the cabinet, just holding him. I stayed like that for a while, at least 20 minutes. Then I heard it. The chair creaked. From the other room. Just once. Like someone adjusting their weight. I didn't move, didn't breathe, didn't even look at the monitor. I just held Sam tighter and waited for morning. I don't know how long I stayed like that, sitting on the cold tile floor with the baby in my lap and the fridge humming behind me. It felt like hours, but it was probably less. I remember the tile pressing into my skin through my leggings. I remember Sam's little hand curled around my hoodie string. I remember trying to blink without making noise. The chair had definitely creaked. It wasn't the house settling. I'd heard the difference. This was short, heavy, like someone shifting in their seat. I didn't even try to check the monitor again. I kept telling myself to be smart, to stay still, to wait it out. But my brain wouldn't stop offering me worst-case scenarios like a playlist I couldn't pause. What if someone was living in the walls? What if they were watching me? What if they'd been waiting for the Fairchilds to leave? My stomach turned. I hadn't eaten since lunch, a stale vending machine sandwich and half a Snapple. My mouth was dry and I felt like I'd been holding my breath since the first call. Then, out of nowhere, the power flickered. Just once. Lights dimmed, that soft humming dip, then back. and the baby monitor, which had been dead quiet, suddenly popped back on with a loud crackle of static. I almost dropped Sam. He jerked a little in my arms, but didn't wake up, just gave a soft baby grunt and turned his face into my hoodie. I didn't move. I didn't even look at the monitor. I didn't want to know what was on it. I couldn't. My heart was doing this fast, fluttery thing that made my fingers go numb. I know how this sounds. I do, like I'm making it up, like I'm trying to scare people on Reddit at 3 a.m. But this happened. I still think about it every night. I still have dreams where the chair creaks, and I wake up convinced someone's standing in my closet. Anyway, eventually I decided to move, not because I was brave, but because I couldn't feel my legs anymore, and Sam was starting to get heavy. I carried him back upstairs. This time I brought a kitchen knife. I don't even know why. I remember thinking, I won't use this, but it still made me feel like I had a tiny bit of control. Like if someone came out of the wall, at least I'd have something. I got to the nursery, shut the door, and locked it. Set Sam in his crib, sat down in the rocking chair next to him, and pulled the monitor out of my hoodie pocket. The screen was normal again. Empty chair. No figure, no shadow. Just the living room, lit by the soft glow from the TV screen, which I'd forgotten to turn off. The remote was still on the couch, volume low, just enough to cast that weird moving light flicker into the room. The longer I watched, the more I felt like I'd imagined it, like maybe the figure really was a coat or a pile of blankets, and I was just overtired. I wanted to believe that so bad it hurt. Then something changed. I didn't see it at first. I noticed it by the light. The TV flicker, that soft blue glow, had been moving across the empty living room like it does in any house when it's the only thing on. Now it wasn't. Now it was blocked. Something tall, out of frame, was casting a shadow across the room. It moved slowly, left to right, like someone standing just off camera had walked between the TV and the monitor. I felt this deep, sick heat spread in my chest, like nausea mixed with fear, like my body had just figured out it wasn't safe, and my brain was lagging behind. I pressed mute on the monitor again, just in case. I didn't want to hear breathing. I didn't want to hear anything. I sat there in the dark nursery, hands shaking, trying to think of what to do. Call the cops? Using the landline? Sure. But what if he was still on the other line? Go outside? I didn't have the Fairchild's keys. I didn't know the alarm code. And the last time I checked, the front door had been locked from the inside. I texted Kenzie again. Please check your location, Cher. I'm still here. Something's not right. Still no response. No service. I opened the window in the nursery and leaned out, just to see if I could maybe yell for help or climb down if I had to. Their backyard was empty. Faint streetlight glow off to the left. A light breeze. Nothing out of place. Except the basement window. It was open. Just a crack. Just wide enough. I backed away fast, hit my elbow on the crib. Sam stirred again but didn't wake up. My eyes were burning now, and I realized I was crying. I don't cry easily, not when I'm scared, but this was different. This was wrong. That's when I made a choice. I went to the nursery closet, pulled open the door, and crawled inside with the baby monitor, the knife, and Sam wrapped in a blanket. It wasn't bravery. It was just the only thing that made sense. We were upstairs. We were locked in. If someone else was in the house, I'd rather be in a tiny space I could defend than sitting out in the open like bait. I know it sounds dramatic. I know that. But I've never been more sure that something was watching us. And the worst part, I never heard footsteps. No doors opened. Nothing crashed or moved. It was the silence that got louder. That's how I knew I wasn't imagining it. That's how I knew we weren't alone. I don't know if you've ever hidden in a closet, but it's not like in movies. It's not dramatic. It's cramped and dusty and uncomfortable in ways you don't even think about, like how your back starts to cramp because you can't sit up straight, or how the air gets warm from your own breath. And you start to smell things, old fabric, the sharp tang of dust, the faint baby powder from Sam's blanket, the weird plastic smell from the monitor. I sat like that for what felt like an hour. My legs were folded up under me, and Sam was sleeping in my lap, one little fist curled into my stomach. The knife was still in my hand, blade pointed down, like I'd seen in some self-defense video, but it felt stupid, heavy and dumb. I didn't know how to use it. I'd never even cut a steak with one this sharp. The monitor was on, but I kept it tilted down so the screen wouldn't light up the closet. I only looked at it in short glances. The image hadn't changed: empty living room, chair sitting perfectly still. I should have felt better. I didn't. The silence was the worst part. It was so thick I could hear my own heartbeat, like it was coming through the walls. And I kept thinking, if he's still in the house, where is he now? I started playing out every possible explanation, not to calm myself down, but because my brain wouldn't stop. Maybe it was a squatter, someone living in the attic or basement. Maybe it was an ex-boyfriend of the Fairchilds, or a relative, or some creep who knew their schedule. Or maybe, and this one stuck in my head, maybe it was none of those things. Maybe it was just something that came with the house, like mold, or radon gas, something that didn't care who lived here. I don't know when I started crying again. I didn't make noise. I just felt the tears come and my nose started to run. I wiped it on my sleeve. I don't even think I was crying out of fear anymore. It was just this deep, hollow feeling like I wasn't supposed to be here, like I'd accidentally stepped into someone else's nightmare. And then the closet door creaked. Not wide, just a few inches. But I hadn't touched it. I froze, my whole body just locked up. Even Sam tensed a little in his sleep. I stared at the gap between the door and the frame. It was dark outside the closet, darker than it had been before. And I knew someone was out there. You know how people say, "I felt a presence"? I always thought that was fake, dramatic. But I swear to you, I felt it. Not like air pressure or temperature. It was like gravity. Like something was standing just beyond the door, pulling at me, heavy and silent. I didn't breathe. I didn't blink. I waited. The door didn't open more. No footsteps, no movement. Just that crack of space. Like it was watching me back. I don't know how long I stayed like that. Long enough that my legs went totally numb and I couldn't feel my feet anymore. long enough that my hands stopped shaking and just started hurting from gripping the knife too tight. Eventually, I had to shift. My hip was cramping so bad I felt nauseous. As soon as I moved, the baby monitor, which had been dead silent, made a sound. Just a beep, one single beep, like a battery warning. But it was loud in that tiny closet, loud enough that Sam stirred and gave a soft little whimper. I held my breath again, waited. Still nothing. I glanced down at the screen, and that's when I saw it. The chair was empty, again, but now the monitor angle had changed. It wasn't where I'd left it. The camera had moved. I couldn't explain how I knew, but I did. The angle was slightly lower, tilted a few degrees to the right, like someone had picked it up and set it back down just a little differently. I didn't breathe. I didn't blink. I just watched that chair, waiting for it to do something, anything, because now I wasn't afraid of what was in the house. I was afraid of where it was. I wanted to check the hallway, just crack the closet door a little more, just see. But I didn't. Not until I heard the sound. It wasn't loud. Just this faint scrape, like fabric brushing against wood, like someone standing up from the chair. Then another sound, closer, too close. A breath. Outside the door. Low and steady. It didn't sound human. It wasn't raspy or harsh. It was almost mechanical, like someone trying to mimic breathing. I reached out slowly and grabbed the closet doorknob. Not to open it, I just needed to hold it. Needed to feel something solid. My hand was slick with sweat. I remember thinking, please let it be over. Please just let this stop. I'll never babysit again. I'll never come back here. Just let me go home. Then the breathing stopped. Completely. And something tapped the closet door. Just once. Like a knuckle, light, measured. I didn't scream. I didn't move. Sam whimpered again in his sleep, and I put my hand over his back, just barely touching him. He felt warm, real, like the only real thing left in the house. The monitor screen flickered again. For a split second, less than a second, it showed something. Not the chair. Not the living room. It showed a face. Up close, lit from below, eyes wide, smiling too hard. Then static. I threw the monitor across the closet without meaning to. It hit the wall and shut off. The knock came again. Twice this time. Softer. Almost playful. I was shaking so bad I couldn't hold the knife anymore. It slipped from my hand and landed with a muffled clink on the closet floor. I knew if I didn't move, if I didn't do something, I was going to lose it completely. So I did the only thing I could think of. I started singing. Quietly. A lullaby I remembered from when my little cousin used to scream through the night. Just something soft and steady to keep Sam calm, to keep me calm. The knocking stopped, but I kept singing anyway. And then finally I heard it. A key in the front door. The sound of the lock turning. Someone stepping inside. I didn't believe it at first. The sound of the key turning in the front door was so normal, so casual, like none of the last 2 hours had happened. Like this wasn't the same house where something had whispered to me through a landline or tapped twice on the closet door. But I heard it. Metal, deadbolt, then the creak of the door opening. Footsteps. Soft, rubber-soled, not heavy boots, not barefoot padding, just normal shoes. I couldn't tell how many. It sounded like one person. I didn't know what to do. I thought about screaming, just yelling help and hoping to God it wasn't whoever had been in the chair. But what if it was? What if they had a key? What if they wanted me to react? I didn't say anything. I didn't move. Sam was still sleeping in my lap, but just barely. I could feel his little body shifting, legs twitching like he was dreaming. I held him tighter, trying not to shake. The front door clicked shut. Then I heard voices. Low, fast, muffled by the walls. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but it didn't sound threatening. More like someone whispering directions. I strained to hear. I pressed my ear against the closet door, even though my whole body screamed at me not to. A woman's voice. Then a man. I didn't move, not until I heard it, Mrs. Fairchild's voice. I recognized it right away. "Where is she?" she asked. Urgent, not panicked. "She's not answering her texts. Something's wrong." I flung the closet door open so fast, it slammed into the wall. "Up here," I shouted. My voice cracked halfway through. "I'm up here." I heard feet pounding the stairs, and then they were there, Mr. and Mrs. Fairchild, both wide-eyed, both in their dress clothes. She dropped her purse on the floor and rushed past me into the nursery, arms out for her son. "Oh my God," she said, breathless. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" I didn't answer right away. I think I just started crying again. Like full-body crying, that shaking, silent kind where everything comes out at once and you're just glad someone else is there now. Mrs. Fairchild scooped Sam up and held him to her chest. He was fully awake now, blinking sleepily and rubbing his face against her shoulder. Mr. Fairchild crouched next to me, one hand on my arm. "Hey," he said, "talk to me. What happened?" I tried, I really did, but it came out in pieces, broken up sentences, stuff like, "There was someone in the chair. The phone rang. It was from here. It was your number. The monitor moved. I didn't touch it." Mrs. Fairchild turned to look at her husband. "Call the police," she said, "now." He nodded and pulled out his phone. I noticed his hands were shaking too, just slightly. She helped me up off the floor and into the hallway. My legs barely worked. Everything felt weirdly soft, like walking on carpet, even though I wasn't. She sat me down on the guest bed and asked me again gently what had happened. I told her as much as I could without sounding completely insane. I left out the breathing, the knock, the face on the monitor. I didn't have the energy to make sense of those parts, and honestly, I wasn't sure they were real. They felt like dreams, like something my brain invented to fill in the blanks. But the chair, that was real. The landline calls, real. The figure on the monitor, real. Mrs. Fairchild didn't say much while I talked, just nodded slowly, eyes moving around the room like she was trying to match my words to the house she knew. The police showed up 15 minutes later. 2 officers, One older guy and one who looked maybe 25, tops. They did the usual, asked questions, checked the locks, walked the perimeter. One of them even climbed down into the basement to make sure no one was hiding. They didn't find anything. No signs of forced entry, no footprints, no tampered cameras. And yeah, the baby monitor was one of those Wi-Fi ones with a tilt feature. But Mrs. Fairchild swore she had the app turned off. She said it had been unplugged from her phone since their last update. They tried to reassure me, told me it was probably a prank. Maybe the previous sitter messing around with access to the camera. Maybe a crossed line on the landline. I didn't argue. I just sat on the guest bed with the blanket pulled around me and nodded until they stopped talking. They left around 3:30. I didn't go home right away. I couldn't. Mrs. Fairchild offered to drive me, but I told her I needed a few minutes first. She made me tea chamomile with honey and sat across from me in the kitchen while Sam napped upstairs. The chair was still there in the living room, empty, perfectly still. I couldn't stop staring at it. "Did it look like that when you saw it?" she asked me quietly. I nodded, then shook my head. "I don't know," I said. "I didn't look at it earlier. I wasn't paying attention. But the person, or whatever it was, they were sitting in it, like they belonged there." She didn't say anything after that. She just reached out and put her hand over mine. When I finally got home, I sat on my bedroom floor for a full hour with the lights on. I didn't want to get in bed. I didn't want to close my eyes. I didn't want to see that chair in my dreams. I checked my phone. Kenzie had finally texted back. I just saw your location. Are you okay?" I stared at it for a while, then typed back, "No, but I'm home. I haven't babysat since. Not because I'm scared exactly, but because something changed in me that night. Something about how I see houses, empty rooms, chairs left facing the wrong direction. Sometimes I'll be at a friend's place, and I'll glance at the baby monitor just to glance, and I'll get this chill that feels like static in my veins. Not because I see anything, but because I know how easy it is not to. It took me a while to feel like a normal person again. That night didn't end with a headline or a police chase or even a real explanation. It just ended. I went home, got in the shower with my clothes still on, and sat on the floor until the water went cold. Then I curled up in bed with the lights on and didn't fall asleep until the sun came up. The next few days were a blur. People I hadn't talked to in months started texting me when they saw my post on Reddit, the first version of this, the one I almost deleted a dozen times before hitting publish. They all wanted to know what really happened, as if I'd been holding something back, like I was sitting on a secret ending. But this is it. This is all of it. I didn't make any of it up. There was never a face I could identify, no monster to describe, no solid figure I could draw or explain. It wasn't like that. It was worse, honestly. It was vague and quiet and real in a way that doesn't give you closure. It just sits inside you and echoes. A week later, I got a voicemail from Mrs. Fairchild. Her voice was calm, maybe too calm. She said she hoped I was doing okay, that Sam kept asking for me, which I doubt. he was barely verbal, and that they were grateful for how I handled things that night. Then she said something that stuck with me more than anything else. "We had the house rekeyed, and we're getting rid of the chair," she said. "I think it's time." I played that part back 4 times. Getting rid of the chair. That was the first moment I realized something maybe they'd known, or maybe not known exactly, but felt it, the way people feel when a room is colder than the rest of the house, or when the same dream keeps waking them up at the same time every night. I don't think the Fairchilds were lying to me. I think they were just doing what most people do, not looking too closely, not asking questions they didn't want answered. I never called her back. I thought about it. I wrote out a long message once, thanking her for the tea, for calling the cops, for not making me feel crazy, but I never sent it. I think I just wanted to put distance between me and that house, that chair, that night. I still check baby monitors when I'm over at people's places. It's automatic now, even if they're turned off, even if I'm just walking past the screen. I always look for movement. A figure. Anything in a chair. It's been almost a year since it happened. I haven't talked about it out loud since then. Even writing this now, I feel like I'm reopening a door I shut for a reason. But it's been in my head all week, so maybe if I write it out properly, like really finish it, I'll stop thinking about it when I'm trying to fall asleep. A few months ago, I got curious and searched for the address on a public records site. The house was still listed, still owned by the Fairchilds. No police reports since the one I was part of. No 911 calls, no break-ins, just silence. I did find something else, though. An old listing from when they first bought the place with pictures. Most were boring. Kitchen, bathroom, yard. You know the type. But one of the last photos caught my eye. It was the living room. Before they moved in, empty except for one piece of furniture someone had left behind. The chair. Same one. Same spot. It was already there. I don't know why that rattled me so much. I think maybe because it meant the chair didn't belong to the Fairchilds. They didn't buy it. They didn't choose it. They inherited it just like I had in a way. Just like anyone might, if they weren't paying attention. I saved the photo. Sometimes I look at it to remind myself that I didn't imagine any of this, that there was something wrong, even if no one ever proved it, even if it never happened again. It happened once. That's enough. I've started babysitting again. Not a lot, not overnight, and never in houses that feel too quiet. I set rules for myself: no older houses, no basements, no landlines. If a family has an old school monitor or a camera system I don't understand, I just politely decline. "Sorry, I'm booked," I'll say. "Try someone else." I'm not paranoid. I just know better now. I know how close things can get without you seeing them. I know how easy it is to mistake silence for safety. And I know how one tiny detail, like a call from the house phone or a chair facing the wrong way, can be the thread that unravels everything. I still think about that whisper sometimes. "Why are you in my chair?" It wasn't angry. It wasn't threatening. It was confused. Like I'd broken a rule I didn't know existed. Like I was the intruder. Sometimes I wonder if whatever it was is still in that house, if it's moved on to someone else, if the new sitter, assuming they ever hired another, felt the chair creak, or heard breathing in the monitor, or picked up the phone and listened to something wait on the other end. I hope not, but I'm not betting on it. All I know is that I got out, and I never sat in that chair again.